Check, 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 check. Good morning. How we doing today, guys? What's everybody? Everybody having a lovely Wednesday today? Anything happening today? What's going on? Nope. It's raining. Witcher 3 got a new DLC. What? Jason Schreier put out a video on Destiny 2. My Twitter feed is full of your face. You don't really? Well, that's cool. I apologize. I like them a double cross with a Coke. The marathon community is livid with you. All right, here we go. Third expansion for Witcher 3. Wild Hunt Songs of the Past will be hitting the market in 2027. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC. Well, damn. All right. Co-develop with another studio. Probably still gonna be great. We got Witcher 3 DLC before Destiny 3. Brother, we're gonna get a whole nother Witcher game before we ever get a D3. You know what I mean? Cross back on to cry more. It's the same people with the marathon icon next to their names. Listen. I woke up today with peace in my heart. All right. I said, I'm going to get on. I'm going to play some video games. And that's about it. Marathon community, mind your motherfucking business right now. I'm enjoying my meal. I'm enjoying my afternoon. I just had a pleasant day yesterday playing 007 First Lights. It's been a fantastic game. I will reserve farming you fuckers to Thursday. Occasionally Monday. And when I fucking feel like it. Cross, you always eat during the stream? Yeah. I'm butt ass naked right now watching the stream. That's nice. Well, you know, that's cool. Look. I don't want to get into the logistics today. All right. Today we're going to talk about, I don't know, send me that Paul Tassi article. What's Paul talking about? Today we're going to talk about what Paul wants to talk about. Send me Paul's article. Riga got a playground for the kids with black slides. You hearing me right now? We live in Florida. Black slides. I walk outside and I'm like, baby, did you get black slides? And she goes, no, it's not. It's dark gray. So now my children are going to have to dodge third-degree burns while they are trying to hit the slide casually. What I'm talking about? You know what I'm saying? And she's like, we can take the water hose, we can spray the slides. I'm like, that would have been nice knowing this before we put it all and assembled it. And arguably one of the lowest spots in the yard. You see, this is what happens when I don't get a Destiny 3. You see where I'm coming from? My mind has been elsewhere. I should have been overseeing this project. I should have been overseeing this motherfucking project. And now, this is what's happened. Thank you, Bungie. What are you thinking of Pete's cars? Not necessarily, no. We're going to read this article, guys. I really do mean it. I plan on being peaceful. Having a good day today. But to all the marathon players out there that keep tweeting at me, saying things like cross, from a moral standpoint, this is so wrong. I just want to tell you, from the bottom of my heart, lick my ass. Okay? Front to back, side to side. All right? Hold on. You try to hit me with this moral high ground bullshit. Oh, you should feel ashamed. No, I should be feeling my ass licked. And Marathon community, where art thou? Come here. I need you. You're such an asshole. Yes. You think I'm a dick now? Just wait. Just wait. You think I'm a dick now? Give it time, my man. I'm that thorn in that side. I'm that hole in that sock. I'm that hemorrhoid that just won't go away. That itch in that asshole. Well, Haxer with the 5 gifted subs. Probably so, Noah. Probably so. Lead with the article. Do whatever you want with it. Yes, yes. I love it. I love it. All right. Let's take a look at this. A Destiny 2 versus Marathon Civil War is heating up. Frustrating many. Written by Mr. Paul Tassi here. As Destiny 2 fans grapple with the news that the live game, part of a series that has run for 11 years, will no longer get new updates after 2 weeks from now, many players are going through various stages of grief. And now, a number have hit anger, directed toward one game, and sometimes one community in particular. Marathon. This escalated yesterday when Aztecross, the streamer and YouTuber, who's been the biggest content creator in Destiny 2 for quite some time, I wouldn't say that, published a video expressing extreme anger about the situation, saying that he will no longer play the new Marathon season and even potentially turn down lucrative brand deals from Sony for its part in this. Well, no, I pretty much said that it's a good chance we won't get any deals from Sony from this point on, / Bungie. The refrain is simply that he doesn't want Marathon. He wants more Destiny, and it appears like he's going to use his platform to reinforce that point repeatedly, saying he doesn't care if he's going to be petty about it the rest of the year. It is a noteworthy moment, given that Aztecross is a significant public face for the game, and again, its largest creator. Again, calm down, Paul. What's up with that? Will you calm the fuck down? Naturally, this explosive video has divided fans further, with some sympathizing or encouraging his anger, as it reflects their own, while others say that this is making everything worse and comes off as sour grapes, to say the least. But it's not just him. His views are widely held, as are the opposites. And hello, Cross, if you're reading this in a video. Oh, God. We've broken the wall. I'll break this into 2 parts. The facts about Marathon's past and present regarding Destiny 2, and my own take on all of this. Significant resources were taken from Destiny 2 in the past few years to develop Marathon. That was dozens, eventually hundreds of employees in a studio that had already shrunk during layoffs. It also included most of the PvP team, and Destiny 2 PvP in particular very clearly suffered because of it. Anybody seen any Gambit updates? Not that that would have saved Destiny, by the way, but, you know. Nobody even brings up Gambit anymore. Gambit team was gone too. According to reporting from both Jason Schreier and me, the decision was made to forego continuing Destiny 2 to try to make it more approachable for players, and instead to reallocate more resources to Marathon while shutting down Destiny 2. Now, this occurred during a time when even with Destiny 2's worst numbers in the history of the game, it was still bringing in more overall players than Marathon, which is only 3 months old. Marathon will now be Bungie's only functional game going forward. Other Destiny spin-off projects have not been greenlit. The much hoped for Destiny 3 is neither in production nor greenlit, and Sony reportedly has balked at the idea due to its likely costs. This is in the wake of Marathon costing at least $250 million to develop over the years. Keep in mind, Sony looked at Concord and said, yeah, that's a great idea. Let's do it. Sony, I need to know. Like, can we just go get a cup of coffee together? All right. And could I just peer into that beautiful mind that corporate beautiful mind and just see what the fuck makes you think D3 is not a good idea. Like, I just need to know. I just need to know. Other than game production of that scale costs a lot. All right, Gabe. Hold on. So with those facts, you may be able to understand the anger of the Destiny community about Marathon being chosen over Destiny 2 to live, or at least to be invested in. As whether or not Marathon survives past a few seasons or a year remains to be seen. But given that this has happened and the current reality, there are really two not great options here. One is that Marathon fails. Again, as Bungie's only game now with nothing else greenlit, that could lead to the slashing or shutdown or dissolution of the studio entirely. I believe that is a more likely option than what some people are hoping. That it would let Sony know they made a mistake, and then they would pivot to making Destiny 3 after all. That would effectively be throwing many hundreds of millions more at a new Bungie project after 2 had closed, failed, and is exceedingly unlikely. The other is that Marathon over time becomes a hit as it expands and attracts more players. This would keep Bungie afloat as a studio, and it could lead to more investment from Sony rather than the never-ending reductions we keep seeing. And that can include more Destiny content in whatever form that may take. The counter is that Sony would be proven right by the Marathon pick, and they only invest more in Marathon. That might not be true, or that might be true. But this seems like the least worst option, since the other one could mean Bungie closing altogether. Timefall players, how you guys doing over there? Did playing Apex work out? It's a good thing you played a lot of Apex. Y'all committed many years. I know it's a sore subject. You see where I'm coming from this? At one time, I saw the same narrative being peddled. Oh, you play enough Apex. Well, eventually that will allow the studio to make another Titanfall. And what happened? Well, we just got more Apex. And not that I'm taking anything away from Apex. Apex, well, it's a wildly successful game. Unlike Marathon. I know. I'm not trying to hurt anyone's feelings today. I'm really not. But it's true. Now, some people want that. They want Bungie to be punished, both for how the game has been neglected in favor of Marathon since the final shape, especially, and for the fact that Marathon now has Sony's favor, while their favorite game is dead.
Hello, Megamind. It's me again, your loyal clown. I've noticed the check you sent me for promoting your sponsors with bits didn't go through. I will be expecting some form of compensation, and equal value would be a Crota raid to help me get the necrochism.
Necrochism. Fuck, Forrest. It's necrochasm. That's hilarious. We shall now call it necrochism. Bob! With the 25 gifted Ah, damn it, Bob. You come in here. Scubbadum with the 5 gifted subs. Scubbadum, thank you so much for the 5, my man. Bob, thank you for the 25, my dude. Chat, please drop some love for the folks in here that are gifting out these subs. Thank you, brother. Now, I'm not telling anyone what to feel. I, too, have that anger, as this is the most significant game of my entire career. My life, really. And losing it is devastating. But trying to be pragmatic, I don't think that wishing death upon Marathon helps the situation at this point. I do not, however, think that these players need to all go buy and play Marathon. That's not a reasonable demand if people simply don't like the game. And they don't owe it to Bungie to do that. But I think there's a difference between that and supporting the game in terms of at least not publicly lighting it on fire. Hoping it doesn't fail for the above reasons doesn't seem like a bridge too far. Still, I get the anger. I feel it too. I just don't want it to burn the whole forest down. Paul, what a level-minded, practical look at the situation. The kind of outlook that someone should have when representing a community. And I envy that. I truly do. I'll say this. Today won't be the last time we talk shit about Marathon, Bungie, or Sony. However, when the inevitable occurs, I don't want people coming back and say Marathon died because some loudmouth content creator talks shit about it. When the reality is that the game ain't a hit. That's the reality. The game is not a hit. And it's in a decline. And it's continued to decline. And unfortunately, my favorite game is the one that gets chopped here. Marathon will live or die on its own merit. I personally will not be playing it. I will be playing nothing but Destiny come June. Because that's the game that I want. Now, there's a lot of things I can say about how terrible of a move chopping Destiny is for Bungie. I personally think it's going to poison anything Bungie ever touches here on out. The thing is, though, you can't relay that information to these people in these leadership positions. Even if they, at best, recognize it in hindsight, what happens? 100 people, 200 people get laid off. These individuals get elevated to new positions. Potentially even getting a new position on the Sony side. But I am not going to go over there and throw my life at Marathon pretending that it's somehow going to bring or resurrect Destiny. That is foolish. That shit is never going to happen. We have so many examples of this across so many different studios. If you like Marathon, play Marathon. If you don't like play Marathon, don't play Marathon. And if you like Destiny 2 and you want to see some Destiny, play the shit out of Destiny come this June. I don't know what it's going to do. You know, I don't know if anything we're doing right now, whether it's us playing in June, us signing petitions, us doing any of these things, are really going to show anything on the Bungie/Sony side. I have no idea. But from a personal standpoint, I'm just going to enjoy my final time in Destiny. And personally, when it's all said and done, I'm probably going to move the fuck on. Doesn't mean we won't play D1 again down the road. Hell, we might even boot up a D2 here and there. But if the game doesn't have any content, that's that, man. Nothing else I can really do about it. So come June, guys, I'm going to have my final moments here with Destiny. And we'll see what happens after that. However, I have people on the marathon side coming here, you know, for whatever reason, trying to shame me into playing their upcoming season. Look, guys, don't fuck with me. I won't fuck with you. You keep fucking with me, though. I kind of enjoy fucking with you. So it doesn't really take much to talk me back into it, okay? I'll go over here and play my game, the better game, Destiny. And you can go play Marathon. Miss Cassie with the 20 gifted subs. To my fellow content creators in the space, please do not give them hell. Whatever they play, whatever they do. If you've got Destiny players, content creators that are no life and playing this shit out of Marathon, don't give them hell. Don't give them hell, guys. Okay? Many of them like Marathon. Many of them are hyped about the new season. Pretty sure Benny and Frost are also going to be playing in season 2. And so don't give them hell. And to my content creators that, maybe feel compelled to jump on this hill with me, I wouldn't fucking do it. All right? It doesn't bode well for the pocketbook down the road. Okay? So, come Destiny 2's final updates, just play the shit out of Destiny. Have a good time, man. I plan on enjoying the final Pantheon events with all the boys and having a damn good time. What is this video, Architect? Oh, that's interesting. Wow. This is so interesting. Jason Schreier posted a video. It's his only video. Why Destiny died.
One day back in 2014, 12 years ago, I was in the Kotaku offices down in Soho. It was September, and we got a bunch of game discs from Activision. And Tina Amini, who was an editor at the time, she said to me, "Hey, do you want a copy of this game, Destiny? We have a spare disc over here." I was like, "Sure, I'll check it out. I'll go pop it in for a half hour."
Who is this? Oh, yeah, I probably didn't intro this right. This is Jason Schreier. Anytime he ever reports, and no offense, Jason, bad news, he's like the Grim Reaper when it comes to bad gaming news. No, that was a long time ago when he was with Kotaku. But it was, when he shows up and he's like, layoffs are coming. It's like the fucking Starks, winter's coming. And it always does, right? It always does. Yeah, Paul's up there too, but Paul does like a lot of variety of things. Paul reports on all kinds of stuff. Yeah, Schreier's with Bloomberg now.
It's not really my type of game. I don't really play first-person shooters, but I'll go check it out. And I brought it home and I popped it in, and 2 months later, I had roughly 500 hours in Destiny. It took over my life. It was a very special game to me for a lot of reasons. One is I played it with friends, with my colleagues, with Tina and Kirk, and a whole bunch of other people that I wound up becoming great friends with over the years. It was much more fun than I expected to be blasting Hive and Fallen and hanging out.
Hey! Y'all chill the fuck out. Mods, I better see some timeouts in this stream right now. Look, you know what? What are we talking shit like that? I think Jason's got a nice voice. Jesus Christ. Man, some of y'all need to live a little bit. Tell you something. You haven't partied until you partied with a gay guy. Some truth to it. And they give great tips on wardrobe. Not saying Jason is gay. I'm not saying that. But people just getting real homophobic in here right now. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? You know what I mean? Where's this shit coming from? You heard what I said. You heard what I said. Easy, fellas. Easy. Everybody calm the fuck down.
And loot caves and going on raids. And there was something really special about how bad it was, you might say, how much friction there was. A lot of my time spent playing Destiny was complaining about Destiny. I remember I would be playing and I would be on the headset and the couch in my living room in Manhattan. I shared a very small studio apartment with my wife at the time, which, by the way, she wasn't my wife at the time, my girlfriend at the time, who would then become my wife. And by the way, if you want to see how long a relationship, like if a relationship can truly last, try sharing like a 400 square foot apartment with someone, and if you make it there a couple of years and you'll be good. But anyway, she would come home or she would hear me on the microphone playing Destiny, and she would be like, Jason, why do you play that game? All you do is complain about it. But it was just, there was something special about that time, about kind of unifying with your friends to battle against not only the challenges of the game, but also...
It cracks me up because you could be talking shit about Destiny and someone else could be talking shit about Destiny. But the moment someone who's never played Destiny talks shit, you're like, the fuck did you just say? You don't have a right. You ever played this goddamn game? No. You keep your opinions to yourself. The moment someone came in and tried to offer their opinions from the outside, it's like, the fuck?
The problems that the game had. God, I have so many fond memories of that time of having people pull the LAN cable to take down Crota in the Crota's End raid. Man, that first time going through Vault of Glass, the first Destiny raid, and just kind of seeing how different it felt and how cool it was. This is a game that would just signpost everything and be giving you objectives constantly and telling you what was going on until you got to this one raid where it didn't tell you anything. And it was kind of quiet. Ghost wasn't talking for the first time, and you just had to go through and explore and figure it out with your friends, which was just the coolest thing ever. There was Taken King, which really elevated the game to a new level. Bungie was very, I mean, they were very reactive to this game. They would patch out a lot of the friction, which was both a good and a bad thing. I kind of fell off a few years later when Destiny 2 came out and there was a hard reset. You had to start a new character, and essentially it was a reboot for the game, and I never quite got as into it. During Destiny 1, I was grinding for spin metal and helium fragments and all the other nonsense that you had to go through in that game. But Destiny 2 never gripped me the same way. There are a lot of reasons for that, I'm sure. One being that I had my first kid in 2019, and when you have a child, it's much harder to kind of maintain a Destiny addiction. But I just, it never quite gripped me as much. But still, I always figured it would be.
You know, I've actually heard, normally when people speak fondly about Destiny, they really do talk about Destiny 1. Like they talk about those nightfalls and the first time they did Vault of Glass and Crota. Some will speak fondly a little bit about Destiny 2, but normally when they talk about Destiny 2, they talk about more of the issues. And that could be the case that the game was just because that was the ongoing game that we were all playing. So we were very much wrapped into the current space of Destiny 2. Whereas Destiny 1 was that nostalgic piece from the past.
There, just kind of simmering in the background, just that kind of friend that you know is always there. If you ever feel the urge to go back, you could always go back and check out what Destiny is up to. But alas, that was not to be, because last week Bungie announced that it was sunsetting Destiny 2. Destiny 2 will get one final update in early June, and then it will be done. It will be in maintenance mode for the rest of its life. Bungie says that it will still be available to play, so you can still log in and check it out, but there will be no new content. And there's something really sad about that. There's something tragic about that. This is the first time in 12 years that there has not been a living Destiny game. The Destiny franchise is just not currently active. It is not currently alive. And what I can share and what I've reported at Bloomberg News is that there's no Destiny 3 currently in development. Right now, Bungie is pitching and prototyping. They're trying to figure out what's next, including future Destiny stuff. I mean, they could very well wind up working on a new Destiny game at some point, but there's nothing currently in the cards, which is really sad. And I thought it might be worth getting a little bit into the history of the franchise and kind of trying to unpack why that's the case and why Bungie is in this position right now, which I think is very unfortunate for the studio and for the franchise. I also reported at Bloomberg last week that Bungie is preparing for a pretty significant layoff as a result of all this, which is also just tragic, and it just seems to never end in the video game industry over the last few years. And it's a real bummer to be writing about and covering and following. So let's talk a little bit about the history of the franchise. It started around 2000 or late 2000s, let's say, when Bungie first started preparing what would become Destiny. At the time, for people who might remember, Bungie had been making Halo games for Microsoft. They wound up spinning out of Microsoft and becoming an independent studio. And shortly after that, they signed a deal with Activision. That was this monumental deal. We know a lot about it because the contract details leaked out as part of all things, a Call of Duty lawsuit that was completely unrelated to Bungie, but this contract leaked out as part of that. And that contract stipulated a few things. It was, one, Activision would pay $500 million over the course of 10 years for the development of this game, these Destiny games. And two is that it wasn't just one game. It was Destiny 1. It was kind of this cadence of alternating releases. It would be Destiny 1, and then the first big expansion, which they call Comet, and then Destiny 2, and then Comet 2, and Destiny 3, Comet 3, Destiny 4, Comet 4. And that was the cadence, right, at the time. Destiny wound up coming out in 2014 after some turbulent development, quite turbulent development that I wrote about at Kotaku about a year later.
Do y'all remember just hearing that number? I feel like that these numbers get thrown around every day now in the gaming world. But back in that time, 2014, when you heard $500 million, holy shit. I remember then I was like, oh my God, that's how much money is being spent. Holy shit. Whereas like today, I feel like numbers get thrown around all over the place. I mean, hell, you saw how much Concord costs, which is crazy to me. Destiny 4, hearing that now is hilarious. Yeah, it definitely seemed like Activision wanted kind of like their same Call of Duty model overlaid for Destiny here.
And then Destiny 2 was supposed to come out in 2016, but at the beginning of that year, Bungie announced that they were delaying it. I remember at the time breaking the news that it was going to be delayed, and a lot of people just kind of questioning that and challenging that, and having to eat crow later when Bungie did confirm afterwards that it was going to be delayed. And so that game was delayed. It led to some heads rolling. Harold Ryan, who was president of Bungie at the time, wound up leaving as a result of that. And fun fact, Harold Ryan would then go on to start a company called Probably Monsters that would incubate a studio called Firewalk that would release a game called Concord under Sony.
Holy shit. I didn't know it was that connected. I knew there was Bungie devs related, but I didn't know it was that connected. Hot damn. That is crazy. At this point, we're kind of like cousins, distant cousin of Concord. Fuck.
So it's all kind of full circle. Director of Concord, a man named Ryan Ellis, was actually the original director of Destiny 2. Then Destiny 2 was kind of not hard rebooted, but soft rebooted. And Luke Smith, who was the director of Taken King, took over that project and wound up shipping Destiny 2 in 20.
If I remember correctly, I want to say everyone that was connected to the double primary system / static roles inside of Destiny 2. I want to say they all ended up either being let go or departing. Yeah, but again, I don't know where those ideas originated from. Like, I really am like curious, like, who was the person at Bungie who championed double primary system and who championed static roles? And arguably the static roles is the biggest, to me, was the biggest problem. Like, double primaries, I didn't like it, but we could have worked around it if we had random roles. Someone came in there and said, you know what? Let's just do static roles. Everyone has the same drop. Everyone feels like a winner. And let's also only give everyone just one trait on their fucking gun. Terrible idea, dude. Terrible. For like a looter shooter, we're just a shooter now. It's not even loot anymore.
2017, in the fall of 2017. So anyway, so that delay, I mean, obviously did not please the folks at Activision, Bobby Kotick and crew. And then Destiny 2 came out, and the plan was to keep going. But at a certain point, there started to be conversations at Bungie about the logic behind releasing a Destiny 3 and rebooting characters once again, forcing people to start from scratch for a new game, and also the just kind of the unsustainability of the pace of creating content and making new things in this world, because Destiny's tools and engine are actually pretty tough to work with. I've written about that quite a bit back at Kotaku, and in my first book, Blood, Sweat, and Pixels. It can be a struggle to iterate on content, to create content, to move things around, to create stuff. It takes a really long time. That's true in a lot of game development, to be fair, but proprietary tools, I think, can have all sorts of challenges depending where you are and what you're trying to do. So eventually there was this big conversation. I mean, there were a lot of meetings. Bungie was trying to decide what to do next. Activision has its own ideas of what to do. Activision, you have to understand, as a publisher, before it was acquired by Microsoft, it was run by, of course, Bobby Kotick, who believes very strongly in annualizing releases, what he calls exploiting franchises, which is you take a franchise and you release as many games as possible. There's this great story that I heard from one guy who was telling me that they were in a Guitar Hero meeting. I wrote about this in Play Nice. They were in this Guitar Hero meeting, and Bobby was like, "Yeah, that plan is great, but like, you know what? I want a new Guitar Hero game every quarter, and then I want one every month," which I think is testament to how Bobby Kotick operated. And so they weren't really familiar with this idea of like a certain.
Goddamn Satan, you hear me? What the fuck?
service game, a game that you wouldn't annualize, a game that you wouldn't keep sequelizing, and instead you would just update that one game. But Bungie, they felt like Destiny 2 could be a really good service game if they just kept adding to that instead of making a sequel right away. So eventually those conversations led to a divorce, and Bungie and Activision split up. Bungie wound up keeping Destiny, and they had the rights as the publisher to turn, they could essentially say, hey, we're not going to do Destiny 3, we're going to turn Destiny 2 into a service game. And at that point they said, we're not doing Destiny 3. At that point, around that point, they were also like incubating other stuff and thinking about all sorts of other projects, including what would eventually become Marathon 2. 2019 is when that happened, the beginning of 2019. Later that year, they actually took Destiny 2 free to play, which was another big move in turning it into this kind of forever game, this live service game. A couple years later, they were purchased by Sony as they're like continuing to release updates for Destiny. They lay out a whole roadmap one year. I think it was 2020. They said, here are the next 3 expansions. This is what this.
Dude, y'all remember that? Did y'all remember seeing that banner where it was like, this is the future? And it was like, bam, bam. You saw Beyond Light. You saw Witch Queen. You saw Lightfall. I don't even think Final Shape was on that one. But God dog it, man. I was so hyped. I was like, oh my God. We were all speculating. We were like, ooh, what is this one going to mean? What is that? Oh, what is Lightfall? Which ended up being the worst one.
Is going to look like. They wound up getting purchased by Sony in 2020. Let me look this up to make sure I have it correct. 2022. They wind up getting purchased by Sony for $3.6 billion, which seems like an extraordinary amount of money because it is. But some context that you should have here is that this was an era of zero interest rates and free money. And it was more valuable to go and spend your money than it was to keep it in the bank because you weren't making anything off of it in the bank. And you could just take out loans for free and everything was going crazy. I mean, Zynga was purchased for close to $13 billion at this point by Take-Two. Activision Blizzard was bought, of course, for $69 billion.
Massive.
So everyone was just throwing around money all over the place.
Bethesda too. I don't know when did Bethesda get bought, guys. When did Bethesda get bought? And I think Bethesda was almost $10 billion. Was it 2021 that Bethesda got purchased? 2021. Gotcha.
It was a crazy time. So Sony buys Bungie and they're all jazzed up. But something happens, which is that Destiny 2 starts to really decline. And over the next couple of years, there's some hits and misses for sure in terms of expansions, but the player base is just not where it needs to be for Bungie and for Sony and for Destiny as a franchise. And they ultimately wind up putting an end to the kind of the 10-year, what they call, what is it, the Darkness Saga or the Witness Saga or something like that, with this expansion called the Final Shape that really feels like a cap on Destiny 2 and the story that people have been following for a very long time. This is very well received. People seem to love it. The Final Shape goes over really well. But at this point, we've kind of hit this turning point, the post-COVID slump of the games industry. There are some big layoffs, and Bungie is in a really struggling period at this point. I believe it had 2 big layoffs over the course of a couple of years. They wind up canceling this incubation project that they were doing called Payback. That was a Destiny franchise thing. It was going to be this third person kind of like Genshin Impact style inspired project that Luke Smith was helming with executive producer Mark Noseworthy. That winds up getting canceled. And at this point, I think the big question, or I guess what fans assumed, was that after the Final Shape, since Destiny 2 felt like it was at its natural endpoint, that there would be a Destiny 3 that started to spin up.
We've heard all kinds of rumors about Destiny Payback. I've heard rumors that it was in fact going to be a sequel. I've heard it was going to be the next evolution of Destiny. Honestly, it could have been something like Destiny Rising related, as Luke Smith worked directly with NetEase on that. But it would be on consoles and PC as well. So heard a lot of different things. What we do know is every time Luke Smith and Mark Noseworthy. Think about how many times you've seen them in Vidocs. What did those two guys represent? The future. Now, sometimes the future didn't hit. Sometimes their vision may not be the best. But I'm not going to lie, dude. Normally when they were on the screen, there was a little bit of a hype factor always involved, right? You always knew that they were working on something. They were cooking up something for the future. We saw that last conversation piece from Luke Smith going into the final shape where he reassured us. And he just said it so confidently where he was like, this is definitely not it for Destiny. Go in and enjoy the final shape. And when you're done, we'll be back to talk more about the future of Destiny. That was the last time we ever heard from Luke. I always wanted to know what they were going to talk to us about. Yeah. And you could tell, like, Luke and Mark Noseworthy and these other people, like, they obviously didn't even want to see Destiny die because they've been commenting. They've actually, Luke Smith, who never posts anything on X, was actually commenting about Destiny 2. And we'll pull those up here in a little bit.
At that point. But here's the thing. Here's the thing about doing a Destiny 3. It's extremely expensive. The prices of making games, the budgets of making games have gone up so extraordinarily and exponentially over even the last 5 years, let alone the last 15 years since Destiny first started, that like what was a $500 million, this is me estimating and pulling numbers out. So like, don't hold to, this is not an exact science or reporting or anything, but like, just to kind of put this in context, the $500 million that Activision spent on Destiny as an entire like 10-year plan for multiple games and expansions. I think 4 games and 4 expansions at the time. That was like supposed to be $500 million. That would be what it would take to make a Destiny 3 from scratch, essentially. And that's like before marketing. So we're talking about crazy amounts of money. And that is for a very good reason, which is that salaries have to go up because cost of living have gone up. And even though Bungie is a remote first studio, their office and a lot of their people are based in the Seattle suburbs, which is extremely expensive. Any coastal city is very expensive to make games in these days, which is why we're seeing a larger trend of game developers moving out of the US, out of North America, which maybe I'll talk about in a future video. I'm a YouTuber now. And so that's a problem. And I think Sony, especially after the last couple of years and not quite hitting where they want to hit with some of these games, having to cancel a lot of projects, lay off a lot of people, I think don't have the appetite for that kind of expenditure. Certainly not in 2024 and certainly not now. So the idea of them spending $500 million again before marketing, which could be, who knows, another $100 million, I have no idea, but like that's a crazy amount of money, and the number of copies you would have to sell to make a profit on that is pretty high. It's pretty significant. So we're talking about a climate where like it wasn't really possible for them to get Destiny 3 off the ground. So instead they had this loose plan of like, okay, we're going to take Destiny 2, we're going to keep doing updates and expansions, like smaller scale expansions and final shape, and hopefully we're going to make it more approachable to people. That's kind of the vague like long-term plan, is find a way to maybe make it easier for new players to come in, because that was a big problem in Destiny 2. It still is, that if you log in as a new player, it is completely overwhelming and intimidating, and most of the story has been stripped out because they actually had to remove content over the years for, I believe they said, because it would take too much of space on your hard drive if they kept everything in there. So they removed a bunch of expansions over the years and content that was in the game. So at that point, I mean, and also Bungie was putting all of their effort, all their resources into Marathon, which would launch a couple of years later. So at that point, Destiny is in this really weird position where it seems to have ended, and most certainly casual fans look at it and say, oh, okay, the final shape, Destiny 2 is over, but it's still going. And then throughout 2025, it gets a couple more just kind of updates, including a Star Wars themed update, and none of them really hit the way that final shape did, that's for sure. And Destiny 2's player base is dwindling pretty significantly. So now we're at this point where we are now, which is that Bungie decided earlier this year, a few months ago, they knew that this was going to happen. happened that this was going to be the last update in June. So where are we now? Now, Bungie, I think a lot of people there are hoping for the best, bracing for layoffs. Obviously, they want to keep Marathon going. They just announced season 2. They just released a trailer, for season 2 earlier this morning. And they're just trying to figure out what's next. They're pitching, they're prototyping Destiny stuff. At least one other interesting thing they're pitching and prototyping, and I just don't know what happens from there. It's very hard to imagine, again, Sony being willing to say, okay, yes, we will greenlight this $300, $400, $500 million project in this market. And another piece of context that I didn't even mention, but I think if you follow the games industry, you probably know, is just that it's so hard for pretty much any game to hit in this market. We're talking about an influx of, just this week as I'm recording this, we have like Meat of the Hollower and 007 First Light, these two killer games, like incredible games, all coming out, just surrounded by an influx of other smaller games that most people have never heard of. There's so many games. I believe on Steam it was more than 20,000 games were released last year, just to put things in perspective.
I definitely feel like we live in a world right now, and it's good for us as gamers, but because we just want good games. But yes, the AAA studios, I think they're getting spanked, man. Now, does that mean studios like CD Projekt Red, Rockstar, GGG, Digital Streams, does that mean those studios are going to suffer? No, because they have very embedded communities and they make good games. You know where I'm coming from, for the most part. And so it's just that in this day and age, if you can't be exceptional, especially at the budgets that AAA studios now have, you're going to get creamed, man. You're going to get messed up. And I think not that people would have played Concord 10, 15 years ago, but there is actually a world in which Concord wouldn't have had as many options, maybe many competitors, and maybe wouldn't have died as fast. You know where I'm coming from? But today we just have so many, not just even good options, exceptional options to turn to.
And then on top of that, a lot of people are just sticking with their old games, Fortnite and Minecraft and Roblox and Call of Duty, games that are just forever. Destiny used to be kind of up there with those, but has lost a lot of players as a result of the stuff I was talking about. So it's very difficult to imagine Sony being willing to spend, to greenlight a budget that will take us through the next 5 years or whatever it takes to make a Destiny 3.
I just don't know what the plan, what's the plan? What's Sony's long-term plan? All right, we don't make a Destiny 3. How are you going to make back what you've already put in? With Marathon? You think you're going to make it back with Marathon? There ain't no way. The other side of things is too, you hired Bungie or you bought Bungie for their IPs, for obviously the consistent revenue flow. That's why live service games are appealing, but also for their live game expertise. You're making the experts destroy their own game, and not even a game, the game. What the fuck? They look at the people at the age between 18 and 22. And they want what those people want to play across. I cannot tell you, and I have actually been in these I've been in these meetings where they talk about demographics. And yeah, they really are doing everything they can to target that demographic, that younger, I would like pre-adult, late teen. They really want to hack into that. But look, can I just say this? I actually don't have numbers to back this up. But I actually don't know how much like hardcore gaming the younger generation is even doing, guys. Like just in general. Like I don't really know how much gaming there. Most of the time, so think about the influencers online that are gaining traction. You know what I mean? The IRL streamers and those spaces. It almost seems like that's like the direction that younger generation is kind of going more into. If I go talk to my brothers who are 23 and 21, or I guess now 24 and 22, and I asked both of them, have you ever played an MMORPG? They would, one, they may not even know what an MMORPG even is. And two, I guarantee you they have not. You see where I'm coming from? Whereas like we grew up playing, like we wanted to invest in big MMO games. We wanted to marry our games. We loved MMORPGs. We loved games that had these social aspects, these communities. And Destiny was one of those that had its own like way of facilitating its community, albeit not quite a true MMO feel, although I guess you can call it MMO. I think if you came up to a kid right now, like when I say a kid, like, a kid that's 19, and you were like, hey, here's this game called RuneScape. You see that tree, that willow tree? You're going to chop it for 250 hours. Have fun. That kid would be like, fuck that. The hell is this shit? You know where I'm coming from? They would make it all of 60 seconds. And they'd be like, yeah, I'm good, dude. It's the damn YouTube Shorts, Cross. What? But I will say this. The generation that plays these kind of games that we play, primarily Destiny, we're starting to have kids. Okay? I done had 3 of them. Probably going to have a 4th. Many of you have children. Now, what are we going to tell our children as they get older? Your kids run to you and they say, Father, could you introduce me to a good game? No, not even a good game. Father, could you introduce me to a great game? And they're going to go through the library and they're going to be like, oh, what's this? What is this game? Destiny 2. Now, there's 2 reactions. Reaction 1, the father pulls it out, says, oh, yes. Well, I play Destiny 3 right now. But yes, this is also one of the classics from one of our beloved studios, Bungie. That's option 1. Or option 2. They say, no. Child, never look upon that name Destiny. Ever. That name Bungie you just saw, never speak it in this household ever again. We do not play Bungie games here. Now let's go play Call of Duty. That could be the future. That could be it. Definitely the second one. No, if it's no. I'm fucking with you guys about Call of Duty. But I think that because my son is growing up now, he's been interested in Destiny. This younger generation, I'm just saying to the corporate overlords out there that are trying to make these calls, think long term here. Okay? From thy balls will children arise, and those children will grow up and join the gaming world. Okay? They too could potentially become thy Bungie gamers, thy Destiny gamers. Scruffy with the 10 months. Thank you so much. It's short-term profit or nothing. How old is you? So 41% are 20 to 29. 39% is 30 to 39. That's what's up. 40 to 49, 13%. We've got 4% at 50 plus. 2% 19 or younger. All right. Yeah, that sounds about right. We got some 50-year-olds in here. Let's go. Let's go.
That said, I mean, I don't think that Sony is planning on shutting down Bungie anytime soon. At least, God, I hope not. I think there is maybe room for smaller scale projects, for less risky bets, for games that won't cost that kind of money. And maybe they wind up doing what everybody else is doing, what their kind of successor Halo Studios is doing, and doing a lot of outsourcing, a lot of co-dev, a lot of working with cheaper studios to try to save money. But this problem of budget swelling and the market not growing to account for that is something that I think helps explain a lot of the video game industry's current woes. You have this kind of confluence of awful factors, which is just that that games are more expensive to make. Games are not selling any much better than they did a few years ago when games were less expensive to make. And at the same time, everything is more expensive for consumers, and people can barely afford groceries and gas, let alone to spend $70 on a new video game. So there needs to be some big changes, and I expect that Bungie will find a way to navigate this. I certainly hope they do. But yeah, I mean, I'm bummed about this. I have been for the last week since the news came out. Destiny holds a special place in my heart. I spent a lot of time with it. I met a lot of great friends through it. And one more story I'll share real quick is that Destiny is responsible for me being an author. In 2015, I wrote a big story about Destiny 1's development and why the story was as kind of shattered as and fragmented as it was, why all the disruptions that game's development went through. And my now agent reached out to me as a result of that story and was like, hey, would you want to do a book about video games? I think our original thought was like, we called it the Kitchen Confidential of video games. And then that wound up turning into Blood, Sweat, and Pixels, which was an anthology of different development stories, including Destiny's. And that did really well and kicked off my career as an author. So Destiny is near and dear to my heart. I will miss it. I will be sad that it is not continuing to get updates. And I really hope we see more Destiny stuff in the future, because it's really cool. And I even though I haven't been like following the story over the last few years, everything I've heard from people who have is really positive and good. And God, Bungie has so many talented people, so many people who are just have put their all into these games over the last 14 years. So it will be missed, and it's quite sad. But yeah, that's the Destiny story. Thank you for listening and watching my video. I'm a YouTuber now, so what do you say? Like and subscribe. Follow, smash that like button and subscribe button if you love this content.
Yes.
And yeah, maybe I'll do this again soon. See ya next time.
Nice. Jason, thank you so much for that. Thank you for sharing what Destiny has meant to you and your experience with it. Joe is speaking facts. His name is Jason. What is wrong with y'all? Gamgons with the 13 months. Thank you so much. Damn, that Mark guy really knows his stuff. Can y'all chill? My God. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons. See what happens. We'll see what happens, man. You know? I'm gonna be such a salty bitch forever. Y'all know that? I'm gonna be, man, I tell you what. I am gonna be one salty bitch for a long time. Oh. Need to go see the Lord this week. Y'all here? Chief, what video is this? Chief. What am I looking at? Look at Paul. Oh my God. That's great. Oh my God. There! Put that shit up! Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Who made this? Fanan. My Lord. All right. Paul Tassi put out a video, you said?
All right. I am back with the Destiny 2 video.
Look at Paul looking like a new man.
This time me reacting to Aztecross. Tables are turned. I'm not going to go through this whole video, but many of you may have seen the video I'm talking about where yesterday, I think he was reading one of my articles actually, he got pretty heated about Destiny and Marathon, namely, long and short of it, he wants more Destiny, not more Marathon, which resulted in some pretty interesting clips that...
I think we were pretty diplomatic, right? I thought we were actually... I felt very calm yesterday.
have been passed around. I'll just play the main one that's been passed around the most.
Okay. I know a lot of people that are not going to be playing Marathon Season 2 or Season 3 or whatever. I know a lot of people right now that from since last week's announcement have essentially completely walked away from Marathon. I don't want to play Marathon. I'll play it maybe seasonally. I may jump in a few weeks, but I want Destiny. I want Destiny 3. I want this universe expanded. And Marathon, if I have to fucking bury you myself to send that message, I shall. I will do everything I can to destroy you, piss on your corpse, and light you on fire afterwards. To send even the smallest of messages to Bungie leadership and Sony. I know what I'm saying right now won't bode well for me in the future. Believe me, we have Sony partnerships, sponsorships, and I appreciate playing those games and having those relationships. And from this point on, well, probably not going to be good in that aspect. But I want Destiny. So this is a personal decision. Probably not a good overall decision, but it's a personal decision. And I only got into this thing because of Destiny. So it's not that we're going to be coming after Marathon, but we are going to be showing all of our support for Destiny. And in retaliation, or the effect will probably be negative. I think it's a pretty calm, reasonable take right here. You know what I'm saying? For Marathon.
So yeah, pretty intense. He's pissed. A lot of people are pissed. I do think this is significant to comment on this video from him specifically. I think it's like the fourth most popular gaming video today at the time I'm reading this. And it's significant because he's like the face of Destiny, essentially, in terms of content creation. He has been the biggest creator in the Destiny space for years now. You know, people have come and gone and covered it and not covered it, but he's, you know, consistently been.
There's a lot of really, really big people in this community and a lot of well-respected people for sure.
The one putting up the most views. Man, I wish I got some of his views with some of the reactions. This is not an anti-cross video, by the way. I know he reacts to all my stuff, but a long time ago, I gave him a blank check to cover whatever he wants, and he always sources me and stuff. So I don't care about that.
I like your shit, Paul. I like your shit.
At all. I just think it's relevant to cover what he's talking about here, because I think it does represent a real growing sort of instantly divided community between, I mean, there's a few different sides, but obviously the big one is Destiny versus Marathon, and a group of Destiny players that are super pissed at Marathon as an entity, or just rather Bungie's decision to work on Marathon or build Marathon or switch to Marathon. And then a lot of Marathon players that are like pretty offended that they're being targeted this much, and they don't think that they deserve this much hate or the game deserves this much hate, and all that stuff. So I think there's a lot to process here in terms of this. To me is like another stage of grief. I covered, I guess, the bargaining stage, which is all these petitions and, you know, the player count surge, which I think are cool. Ranging to like, let's band together and buy the AP. Like, that's the bargaining stage. This is the anger stage. I think we'll probably get to the depression stage after the June content launches and is out for a little while. And then, I mean, I don't know.
But could we just stay angry forever? Can I just out anger my depression? I got a therapist in here right now. We could just be, you know what I mean? We'll just stay here forever. Is the goal to get better? Is that what the goal is? I don't. What is that? Why those stages exist? Are you supposed to reach forgiveness? Fuck. Oh, acceptance? No, fuck that.
Maybe some people will never get to acceptance, but here in anger. I think you can understand the anger if you just like straight up look at the facts. And I've never been of the position that Marathon is the thing that killed Destiny. I think Bungie working on Marathon and devoting resources to Marathon is obviously intertwined with this whole thing. I don't think you can say that it isn't. But I think it's worth going through, you know, what has happened, at least the basics, and why Destiny play.
I have to read that comment right there. Aztecross, I feel myself on caffeine, nicotine, and anger. Yep.
Players are, I would say, rightly mad. You can dispute the way they're expressing that or not, but this is based on an article I wrote earlier that many of you probably didn't read. But over the past few years, especially, like, resources were taken away from Destiny to work on Marathon. And this is in a Bungie that has already shrunk to a pretty significant degree and has had less and less people working on Destiny already, between going from Activision and all its support studios for things like Forsaken to those being gone, to several rounds of layoffs to shrink the company. And then you're at first siphoning dozens of devs and then eventually hundreds of devs to work on Marathon instead of working on Destiny. Like, that's just what happened. We also know very specific teams that were moved over, namely large chunks of the PvP team that, were working on Destiny. And I think it's pretty obvious that PvP suffered as a result of that. You know, there were people working on it, obviously, but it was a total sea change in terms of the support it had previously gotten to after that. Flash forward to now, it is, part of the report that there was a debate about what to do going forward. And like, there's more dimensions to this. I'm kind of still investigating, but one of the core things here was that they were thinking about trying to make Destiny 2 work going forward and what that might look like. And then ultimately the decision was made to stop Destiny 2 and then more resources are going to be shifted over to Marathon, at least for the time being. We know there are going to be significant layoffs, so we don't know exactly how that's going to play out in the end, but it's a fact that Destiny's ending. More resources are going to Marathon. The other factual thing here is that this was taking place in an era of Destiny that was producing its worst player numbers ever, like by a pretty decent margin. This is, a game that's been around for 7 years, a series that's been around for 11 years, compared to Marathon, which very quickly over the course of the season went down to a point where Destiny 2 is still getting better numbers than Marathon, even if Marathon's a brand new game. It's obviously a niche, so we could take that under consideration, but the concurrence, what we're seeing there is 2/3 of the Marathon player base. Destiny is beating those now. Obviously things surged a lot after this death announcement, but even before that,
it was beaten.
And then Destiny has a larger console player base. So the frustration there is that they picked, Marathon when Destiny was still beating it. That said, we are, those were Destiny's worst numbers ever. And one of the debates was like, can they pull out of that nosedive, which I don't necessarily think was true. But now what is happening is Marathon is Bungie's only game going forward. And that means they are entirely reliant on that because they have no other projects greenlit. There have been a number of things pitched that have not panned out, including some Destiny side projects, and Destiny 3 is not greenlit, is not being produced as of now. Allegedly, that was kind of projected by Sony a while ago because it just is going to cost $1 zillion and they don't want to invest that. Gone into that before, so it's just Marathon going forward. But we also know that Marathon cost at least $250 million over the course of production. The game we're seeing now is the result of several reboots, and this is...
I do have to ask, how in the world was Marathon $250 million? I know the costs have changed over the years, but like what Jason Schreier just mentioned, at one time Activision put up $500 million for a 10-year Destiny plan. Concord, I don't know. I have no idea what Concord. I don't know how Concord costs as much as it costs. It was the voice actors. I mean, yeah, we had a big lineup of VAs for Marathon. I don't know how much they cost, but it's not like they did huge cinematic set pieces. There were lines for the factions. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like it was like this huge campaign experience where there was a lot of VA time. You know what I mean? I don't have a cost breakdown, so I have no idea. I'm just speculating at this point.
I don't know. It's more like 2 years being worked on this, and I don't know how much was spent on that specific portion of it, but over the years, Marathon has also cost a shit ton of money. So those are all the kind of facts on the table, and that alone, you might understand why Destiny players are angry about this. I think that is manifesting itself in some not productive ways. I don't want to tell anyone how to feel or how to act. I think, Cross is putting a lot on the line, being this vehement about this. People in his audience been out like this. He talked about how he's probably going to just reject deals with Sony for, future content partnerships, which is a big deal in terms of money. So, he's potentially putting his money where his mouth is there. I guess I'm just trying to approach this from the more pragmatic side because this happens. We can't really change it. I personally also would like more Destiny and don't really care about Marathon nearly as much. And I don't think Marathon can grow into something that will ever replace Destiny, PvE modes or not.
Sony, if you do not make a Destiny 3, and you decide to completely ice that IP, I really think you're going to have a bigger disaster than what you have at Concord. And that's not me threatening. I'm not threatening. I'm just stating what I think, what I truly believe. Sony's not going to hear this message, nor are they going to heed this one bit. They're going to do what Sony's going to do what Sony wants to do. Bungie's going to do what Bungie's going to do, or what Sony wants Bungie to do. And again, it's only in maybe hindsight, and even then, the damage is done. The damage is done. So, like, I could sit here and talk all day long about my time with Destiny, what Destiny meant to me, all the emotional whatever. But to be quite honest with you, that doesn't mean anything to anyone but me. And it damn sure ain't going to mean anything to people in leadership that probably have never even touched Destiny. So let me lay it out for you like this. Concord was a disaster. You have a potential disaster on your hands that will balloon way further and way bigger than what happened with Concord if Destiny dies. And I have seen communities weaponize. I am seeing it happening even now. I literally sat here and was like, guys, I think High Guard is actually all right. I don't think it's bad. Y'all remember that shit? I literally told y'all I thought High Guard was okay. There were many people that were like, I think High Guard's okay. And what happened? The community was like, fuck High Guard. Kill it. And what happened? Y'all killed that shit. What was that? Made it 4 or 5 weeks? The same thing for Concord. Now, Concord didn't even break 1,000 players. I don't even know how many players Concord broke. It was like 500 or something. I don't know. I'm telling you, gamers can be worse than an ex-old lady. They remember everything. They don't forget, and they hold grudges forever. All right? And let me just say, I mean, I'm talking about those ex-old ladies that are like, you remember when you fucked up? You remember how you fucked up? What time it was when you fucked up? You remember the shirt you were wearing in the midst of you fucking up? Gamers are like that in a lot of ways too. And when they decide that they want to bury you, it's not good. Now, right now, the Destiny community is in like this mourning stage, just like, I'm going to play the June. They're still hopeful for June content. They're still hopeful for Destiny 3. Even though the news of layoffs have already broken, and who knows when the layoffs are going to start happening. But as this goes on, I really think there's going to be a community here that's going to get very bitter. And I'm just thinking that long term, everything Bungie touches will be tainted. So it ain't even about just even, again, leadership. They can't connect with me or anyone else on the emotional level of what a game means. But hopefully you get that one. Taint, baby. Taint. taint. Some people have already reached that bitter stage. Sure. Stay away from my taint. Good luck.
So, well, I personally feel like that in terms of trying to be pragmatic, I do think that the best of two bad options going forward is in terms of like potentially getting more Destiny content. The better option, I think, is to like not go nuclear on Marathon and hope it fails and harass players, harass devs, like review bomb the game, like all of these.
1000%. Don't go over there. Definitely don't harass the developers. Don't harass the devs, dude. Many of them go in there and they just doing their jobs. Hell, most of them are probably about to be unfortunately laid off. So definitely don't do that.
Torch the forest down tactics that I guess I get the motivation behind them. Like some are really beyond the pale, like do not harass individual people for any reason. But I just don't think that that's productive because if Marathon fails, there is a very good chance that Bungie as a studio ceases to exist in any meaningful form. Either it would be like slashed down to bare bones working on incubator projects, or it would be dissolved entirely. This is Bungie's only game right now. They need it to work, and if things are not even greenlit, anything that is greenlit is still going to be years away, most likely. So this is it. And I don't think we can rely on the patience of Sony to...
Tell you like this. You come out and say we're making a D3. I think I might like Marathon. I think those skins on the Marathon side, they look all right. Might just go shopping this afternoon. You know what I'm saying? Might just play a little bit of Night March. I don't fucking know. But I need to see D3 in writing. Okay. All right. And dated.
Have Bungie with 0 live games or 0 meaningful live games going forward, and have the patience with Bungie, which has already been sort of a nightmare in multiple ways for them. So I think that is the least good option, to say nothing of empathy and people losing their jobs and things like that, which I personally take into account. I don't think for people who want more Destiny content, that is any sort of path to getting more content. There is this idea that if Marathon fails, then Sony will be like, oh shit, we backed the wrong horse. Like, let's make Destiny 3. I sort of get that logic, but I don't think it pans out that way because, again, you have 2 failed or closed projects then, and you are now asking Sony to throw probably hundreds, millions more at Destiny, which does seem somewhat unlikely. To me, the better option, though this is no guarantee at all, is Marathon being a hit and growing into a hit because it is not currently a hit, and becoming something that can help sustain Bungie, that could lead to more Sony investment in Bungie. And then if Bungie stays afloat as a studio, maybe that leads to green lights. Maybe that leads to green lights of other Destiny projects. Maybe that eventually could help lead to a green light of Destiny 3 if the studio is...
Here's my concern. If we were to throw all our time and money into Marathon, we make it sustainable. It becomes something that can sustain Bungie. How do I fucking know Bungie ain't going to just be like, Marathon 2? You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying right now? How do I know we don't see some big Bungie be like, we have a big announcement right now. Big announcement coming. What you've been waiting for all along. We are making Marathon 2. Great. Fucking great. Or even worse, hold on. Even worse. Marathon 2, the looter shooter. I swear. I swear, dude. I swear, just even reading that right now. I swear, dude. Just even reading that right now. Hold on, Chad. Okay. a good face to pause on.
At least open and is at least somewhat being sustained, and Bungie has faith that, or Sony has faith that Bungie can still produce, meaningful games that are things people want to play in, at a larger scale, not just like a niche scale. The argument there is that the counter argument there is that if Marathon wins, then Sony will be like, oh, we were right. Let's just invest a ton more money in Marathon and Marathon related content, and we're still not going to get Destiny content. That is entirely possible. I just think if there is any hope for more Destiny, that we need to still have a studio to make Destiny, and I don't think these far-flung things like Sony selling Bungie or the IP to someone else is a good path toward that. I mean, maybe it, in theory, I just
Has anybody at Bungie reached out to you? Have you talked to anybody? Do you think anything is going to come out of all this noise? I hope so. I've talked to a few people, but personally, no. I don't think anything's going to come from it.
don't see that happening like above these other two options. Maybe, I mean, you can't rule anything out, but that does seem unlikely to me. So to me, it's just not very useful to just boil over with rage at Marathon, and especially take it out on its player base. Believe me, I get annoyed by plenty of Marathon players all the time whenever I say anything remotely construed as negative about Marathon, when a lot of the times I'm just reporting the facts, like the ones I read earlier, which is just what happened. And Marathon did at least somewhat have something to do with Destiny's, resources not being what they were, Destiny scaling down. But obviously, I think that is not the majority factor here, probably not even close. I think this was kind of decided years ago when they were not going to make Destiny 3, and there was always going to be drop-offs after Final Shape. I think this went a lot worse than it could have because of all these poor decisions that were made. And Destiny losing a lot of players is no one's fault but Bungie. I don't think the fact that it lost this many players is unwarranted given the content that we had, which was expansions that were okay, that you could beat in about a week, and then there was nothing really to do besides that except the portal, which everybody hated. And then we had this 6-month gap, which was ludicrous, leading to this, it sounds like a cool patch, but not like a cool patch to end the entire game. I said one of my better...
Look, I just wish we would at least have concluded Shattered Cycle. Like, I wish we would have... Like, the story has been written. Aspects of Shattered Cycle had already been worked on. Like, it would have sucked either way, but, like, you're telling me all these plots, all these characters, all these stories that we had started in Edge of Fate that really piggybacked off of the episodes. Think about it. What started in Edge of Fate going into Renegades piggybacked off of the episodes. We're just going to just leave it on that? And then that's it? Well, I even brought up, I know where you're coming from, Les. You talk about the Alchemist. I even brought up just consolidating, having one more final expansion, concluding those stories. And then if there's a D3 down the road, which I still would want Bungie to say that they were making a D3, but at least it would start with whatever that new saga is supposed to be. Think about if a D3 was to actually come out. How would you even start a D3? You're going to start it with what? Us taking on Maya? You know what I'm saying? Much love to you. Rezia, much love, man. And Tark. I agree. Completely agree, man. I know you can't say too much about the conversations that you've had. What was the general vibe? Corporate world is a bitch. And unfortunately, it's that way just by design. It's just a bitch. I'm going to use my anger towards the situation in the gym and gain 20 pounds of pure rage muscle.
Better case scenarios would be if Dusty's going to end, okay, like they are allowed to make the Shattered Cycle, release a Shattered Cycle, and have that be like the big wrap up. If we knew that was going to be the last expansion of Destiny, I think that would have done really well. Instead, we are just closing the game in 2 weeks, which sucks, and that is something I'm kind of pissed about with, you know, Sony and Bungie leadership, where that has nothing to do with Marathon. So I think there's anger to be directed at many places. I don't know like naming names or like exactly how this all went down in terms of who at Sony did this, who at Bungie did this, and like it was, you know, something between Sony and Bungie agreeing that this was the right path forward, even though, I mean, I don't think it was the right path forward. But I'm not, you know, closing Marathon down after 3 months is not really the right thing to do either. I think Sony should have invested a lot more in Bungie than they did instead of reducing it. And I've said a million times, I think Destiny 3 would be a big hit for them.
I mean, and what do we expect, dude? After every expansion, layoffs happen. Like, how do you expect to make more shit? How do you expect to make better shit? Literally, after every expansion, layoffs happen. Outside of, I think, Witch Queen. Yeah, Witch Queen, I don't think we got it. We had layoffs. Savage with the 10 gifted subs. Savage, thank you so much for the big 10, man. Because everyone here complained about every expansion. Dude, are you out of your mind, Andrew? You with your Marathon icon next to your name. Everyone loved Final Shape. Everyone talked about how great Final Shape was. And what happened after Final Shape? Layoffs! Literally after Final Shape, we were like, okay, we just had a great time. What a great conclusion. Thank you so much. Thank you, Joe Blackburn. Thank you to the Bungie team that did this shit. Now, Luke Smith, are you going to talk to us about the future of Destiny? Never fucking happened. Next thing we knew it, we see the headlines, layoffs at Bungie, and Luke and Mark were both a part of that, or at least they left on their own accord. No, I think this is what I think. I think it was approached even then. I think it was approached about making a sequel even then. And, you know, this is just the rumors, but that's just what I think potentially that could have been the case, and it didn't get greenlit then. Joe with the 10 gifted subs. Calamar with the 10 gifted subs. Hot damn it, fellas. Hot damn it. Look, I know some people are coming here right now and saying that Marathon has dropped trailers and what everything else. You guys can go watch it. I'm personally not going to watch it, guys. Good luck to them. Good luck to the marathon community. And I'll be playing Destiny. That's it. Calabar with the 10 gifted subs. Calamar, thank you so much for that, brother. Chat, please drop some love right now. Ah, damn it. The corporate side of gaming in general seems to have forgotten that we, the players, pay for the games they make. And it seems like they think they can get away with doing games that nobody wants and expects us to still buy them, which is just depressing. Silver, thank you so much for the massive dono, man. Too kind, man. Too kind. You guys are coming in and dropping the donos and the gifted subs. Thank you, guys. Y'all can chill now, okay? I don't deserve any of this. You can chill, all right? I appreciate you guys being in here. So, calm the fuck down. Well, with the 10 gifted subs. Silver, I agree with you. I also feel like, though, there are reminders happening today more than ever about the power that gamers have. Really, really, the powers that gamers have. I still can't believe you fuckers killed Highgar the way y'all did, man. My God. I didn't even think it was that bad of a game. I thought it was kind of good. My aim got so good. It was like the best aim training game I've ever played. I'll kill the piss out of that shit. Snowballer and Wire with the 20 gifted subs. Oh my Lord. Game with the 10 gifted subs. I gotta finish this video right now. Santi with the 10 gifted subs. Good Lord Almighty. Well, Bungie doesn't, they don't have a CEO. I know some of you are like, we should call out the Bungie CEO. They have a studio head now. I'm gonna extrapolate what that means. But that's Justin Truman. Lordy Lord with the 8 months. Thank you so much. Cross can fund D3 now. My God. Joe with the 10 gifted subs. You guys need to chill, man. Let's finish this goddamn video right now. Everybody calm down. Calm down. Let's finish this video. Let's do it.
Probably more so than a lot of their single player games because it can then print revenue after that as a live game. Anyway, I'm going back into that again. So I don't really hold the same position as Cross in terms of my reaction, and you know, he sounds like he's going to be targeting Marathon pretty heavily going forward. He says he's going to be petty, or king of pettiness, or whatever he said, like the rest of the year. I understand the impulse. I am also, you know, I'm sinking more into depression about this already than anger. It does affect me personally. Obviously, you know, Destiny articles don't exactly get many views anymore. Marathon articles get even less, but this is still a really, you know, it's a cornerstone of my YouTube presence for sure. And if in a couple months I have literally nothing to say about Destiny, that sucks. That sucks for me. And I, you know, that's true for Cross too, because he's like been one of the most relentless coverers of Destiny. So, you know, that affects him too. But again, if he's willing to forego sponsorships and things, like, that's significant.
I tell you how far I would go with this. I will literally sacrifice for a Destiny 3. I would sacrifice Les's Twitch channel. Without a doubt. Not even a second thought. I would hit the delete. There's a delete button on every channel. I would hit the delete button. Okay. That's how much I want a D3. I'll sweeten the pot. I would delete my TikTok. There you go. Let's see. I got skin in the game as well. Look. I know there's a lot of people who are like, why is Cross throwing a fit? And, you know, a lot of people are saying that it's because of monetary reasons. I just really wanted another Destiny game. Or more so than that, I wanted Destiny to reach its full potential. And we're just never going to get there now. Destiny's always been almost right there. Like it's like you just be like, oh, so fucking close. It just get almost there, and then, you know, it stumble back down. And it was like, now I feel like Destiny will never, of course not, because it's not going to be in development, will never reach its fullest potential. Motherfuckers act like you never dealt with loss before. Says the guy with the marathon icon next to his name. Will you calm the fuck down? Hey, you keep talking big. You and I were talking about 3-4 months. All right, we'll talk about loss then. Acting big and bad. From DMG, Monument of Triumph articles coming soon. Expect our first Dev Insight tomorrow, followed by Dev Insight 2 and the Twid on Friday. Oh, shit. Okay. DMG, tell me something. Send me a sign. You're writing the articles. Put something in there. Hide something in there. Telesto buff incoming. Well, you can't buff Telesto if you're not actually making a D3. Boys, Destiny 3 is not secretly being made. It's not secretly being made. I need you to know this. It's not secretly being made. If some of you, I think, feel like there's some elaborate play here. It's like, oh, but they're gonna be like, psych, D3. It's here. It's not. I don't know what you're spamming me with, Master Space. Send it. I don't know what the fuck video that is. Let me finish the one video I'm on. Plus, if I don't have copium, I have nothing. I know. You're saying there's a chance. Oh my God.
I don't know. I've gotten in plenty of fights with marathon people over the past few months, and I've written plenty of negative articles. Some of them are my opinion. I got in trouble for my personal opinion is like, I wish marathon was something else. I wish it was, essentially Destiny 3 in of itself, like a game with all sorts of modes, including an extraction mode, including a campaign, including, this and that, including Marathon Gambit. No, this is like my dream world, and people are like, oh, well, he hates it because it's not what he wanted. And it's like, I don't hate it. It's just, I know an extraction shooter is never going to be for me personally. Like, I've certainly given it some time. I will show up for season 2. I'm not declaring I'm never going to play Marathon again. I am very much interested in what they're going to do with PvE. It's just, I think everyone fan or not fan, it's pretty clear that Marathon is not a Destiny replacement and is never going to be. A lot of people are trying to move over to Warframe, which Warframe is, man, they've really maintained their level of success over all this time, and they're really impressive. It was also very daunting to start trying to get into Warframe, but I think a lot of the Destiny community just kind of feels lost. I mean, it hasn't even been a week yet, and these are people, content creators, fans that have played this game for a decade. Younger people than me started playing this when they were like in junior high and stuff, like, which is crazy. But even this has been just a giant chunk of my life at this point, like over a third of my life, and losing it is hard. Like, I do plan to play all the new content. I am interested in farming some of the final roles and things like that, but how long does that last? A month, 2 months, and then you're kind of at a loss. Like, what do I do now? And the answer for many is not Marathon, but at that point I feel like the anger at Marathon may just be lessened, because how long can you stay mad at it? I think I still have significant concerns about Marathon, very significant. My best case scenario, I think, is Marathon succeeding. I am very concerned that is even possible, given how it started, where we are now, what's planned, and some enormous turnaround seems very unlikely to me. But I do think we're going to get a number of seasons to see if it can grow, how it can grow, what happens from here. I don't know. I don't want to go too broad here. I kind of did that yesterday, but that's sort of my take on this new round of hostility. And you've contributed. Oh, you're the reasons. Okay, well, whatever. At this point, I don't think that it is productive to just go full hostile. And I mean, it's essentially declaring war. And while I understand the impulse for me personally, trying to be pragmatic, I just don't see what it accomplishes.
Look, I can't roll over and take this ass fucking. Okay? I can't roll over. You're gonna look me in the eye, Bungie. You're gonna look me in the eye. You heard what I said, chat.
As a Marathon fan, I hope it fails to, like Destiny fans want, so that we will never get D3 and we can all be upset.
I gotta ask, where is that text-to-speech coming from? Who? I don't even know what voice that is. I have no idea where that's coming from. Someone has put a text-to-speech in here that randomly talks. It's not our normal text-to-speech, but it happens to just fucking say random shit. It's the Stream Elements donations. Oh, that's not even showing up. My bad, fellas. My bad. Well, if you donated on Stream Elements, thank you so much. I don't even see it. I don't even see it. I didn't even know that even worked. That's crazy. It shows up in Twitch chat. Gotcha.
And I mean, Cross going Scorched Earth, it's significant because of his role in the community, and I'm not sure if that will pan out or if he'll stay consistent for the indefinite future of torching Marathon or whatever. But I understand why this has become a bit of a controversy given his profile. I watch all of his content. I'm curious to see where he goes in the future. I've watched a lot of videos from other creators, which are, I would say some of them are angry. I just watched a Mactix video, which I thought was really good, where he's not going to this degree, but he's, expressing his anger that I certainly relate to. I also relate to other creators. Like Fallout is kind of trying to figure out where he's going to go from here, and he does cover other games, but Destiny's such a core part of things, and that's kind of how I feel. I mean, I'm probably even a little more Destiny heavy than him. I think we've all seen the video of, Dado crying about this, which I do not remotely think anyone should be mocking or making fun of. I mean, I didn't cry outright, but I certainly was very emotional when I heard this news, and like I heard it before everybody, even most of Bungie. But like at the time, I was like, "Is this real?" And then when it was actually announced, I was still emotional, and I still am sometimes when I think about it. So I think that's a totally normal reaction for people that have played this series for over a decade now, and it's been such a core part of their lives, and thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of investment, and for us creators.
Which isn't known. We know you're upset about Destiny, but we have good news. Marathon is having a free week June 2nd to the 9th. Get Wrecked Kids Marathon on top.
I really need to raise the price on that. Yeah. Marathon community, if I got to listen to your bullshit, I'm going to need more money. All right? Luke, remind me to raise the cost of that. We're about to make it $1,000 here on out. I got to listen to this bullshit. Hold on. Luke, are you in the stream right now? Luke. Let's see. Actually, hold on. I think I can fix it. Hold on, chat. Let me fix this shit. Where's this thing at? Let's see. Perfect. You want to talk shit in this stream? Text to speech marathon boys. $1,000. I'll give you see what voice I can give you guys. Hold on, let me get this right. I'll give you Charlie's voice.
As he waited for the shower to warm, he noticed that he could hear water change temperature.
There you go. Good luck.
Cornerstones of our careers and income. I mean, I don't think I would be where I am at all without Destiny coverage and the audience I've amassed from that, which is you guys, which I am extremely grateful for. Even though I'm arguing with people on Twitter all day, I've gotten some really nice messages from people, not only here in the comments, but on Twitter, some really touching emails. So I really appreciate that. I'm like everyone, has to figure things out from here. And I guess I can only spend so much time being pissed at Marathon, and I'm rather just shifting to be sort of like interested in where Marathon is going, even if I'm not going to be grinding out 20-hour weeks of, extraction and stuff. They just dropped a new cinematic yesterday. It's fucking awesome cinematic. Like I can't dispute that. And I would love Marathon to blow up into a game 5 times its size with a whole bunch of different stuff to do. I think the world is awesome. Like I think it does so many things right, and I don't know if it'll ever get there, but I can't pretend like, what it is bad, at least within the extraction genre, or especially the world, the design. I love the design. That stuff is awesome. It remains awesome. These cinematics are kick-ass. Like there's going to be zombie runners now. Like that's just cool as shit. So I'm finding it, hard to be negative about that and like be sincere in hating Marathon. I think I'm mostly just sad and angry about Destiny because I don't even know if there was a way to make this work. I don't know if there was a future where Destiny 2 lived on forever, but I think there could have been way different ways this could have been handled. Maybe I'll do a separate video on that.
Do 1,000% this could have been handled better. You could have at least finished the Fate Saga. I think I sat here with you guys before last week's news, And we were already drawing out like exactly how we were going to be streaming for the month of June. I told you guys we were going to be hitting Marathon Season 2 really, really hard. We were going to get into the weekend. We were going to do Cryo Archive. Then boom, we were going to turn around and hit June, because we were thinking, speculating that the June update would be June the 9th and that we would be hitting Destiny stuff. So that was always the intention. But well, now everything has played out the way it's played out. So that's that, man. That's that. So let me see what.
But yeah, so that's my take. Not pissing on Marathon's grave or anything, but it's tough. Like, I think people have to understand what a tough situation this is for Destiny diehards, because even if you're being criticized as Marathon players, like, guess what? Your game is still alive. So you got that at least, and we don't. So anyway, thank you for watching, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Bob. Great video. Appreciate the articles. Y'all drop some love for Paul. Drop him some likes. Drop him a nice comment. Honestly, Paul has a very balanced take on this, a very practical, mature take. So,
Cross no king rules forever, but the greatest ones know when to set down the crown. Not in defeat, not in silence, but with every battle still on their shoulders and every fallen guardian still on their lips. The throne sits empty now, but the kingdom breathes. The raids still echo, the law still W.
we need to raise the price on the bits too, don't we? Yeah. Yep. Burning Vikings, fuck it. We'll do Crota's Inn, okay? Just pick a damn date. God damn it. And we'll do the damn raid. Coming here saying all this shit. Pick a damn date. We can do it this weekend if you want. We need more gambling.
I am.
Alexander, if you don't start... Okay, hold on. I fucking love this guy, man.
I am Mighty Keith.
Sir, what I'm trying to say is that we purchased Bungie for $3.6 billion. And we've only lost money on it. Fine. What do you suggest we do? I'm glad you asked. We should give the fans what they want. We just gave a marathon. We should give the fans what they want. Fine, I don't know, let's stop supporting Destiny 2. God damn it. We should give the fans what they want. Yeah, you speaking a foreign language to me, brother. We spent so much money on Bungie and other studios, and we not even really turning a profit on them. I don't even want to talk about the Concord loss. Loss?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hey, go ahead and cancel Concord too.
It's done. We're scheduled for next year.
I don't care. Cancel it for right now. You gotta be kidding. Worry too much, okay? We got games on the way. We got Wolverine. What else? They need more? We can't keep asking Insomniac to bail us out of these tight situations. Okay, so then call Naughty Dog so they can make Last of Us Part 1 - Part 2 over 358 remake remaster. Yeah, go ahead and cancel that Last of Us Part 1 - 2 over 358 remake remaster.
You gotta be kidding me.
You gotta be kidding me. I don't see the problem. Huh? We're selling consoles. GTA 6 comes out later this year. The best place to play it is on my console. The system that costs $1,000? We only charging $1,000? What? $1,000's fine. $1,000's fine for now. What do we plan to do about this Bungie situation? We done lost $765 million. Don't they have like the mobile version of Destiny? They can't play that? What, these guys don't have any fun? Don't. Okay. We need to utilize Bungie for the reasons we got them for. Truthfully, I like Marathon. It's fun, but it's not doing the numbers that we need it to do. We need to give the audience the type of game they expect from Bungie. As much as it pains me to say it, you got a point. You're making some sense. Thank you. All right, I figure we start on Destiny 3 right now. We got some out in about 3 years. Working on Destiny 3 for the next 3 to 4 years would be probably the smart move for our audience. Or we could just cancel Destiny 3 altogether and just work on Marathon. You gotta be kidding me.
Or that's just crazy.
If you have not, go subscribe to Mighty Keith. Has fantastic videos. So has Skeletor put out a video yet? I'm laughing but also crying. We need the Skeletor video badly. Badly. It's coming. Does he ever comment like on, I don't know if he's got like an X account or anything like that? Okay, hold on. Eddie and Pacific is a target but cannot commit to specifics. All right. Damn, they're dropping it early. Early. All right, guys. Buckle up for tomorrow then. Supposed to be getting a lot of Destiny news. Let me just say this. Marathon, I know you're going to do everything in your power. Come June, I wish you the best of luck. But if you think your free-to-play week is going to surpass the numbers we about to put up, think again. We're going to whoop that ass. It'll be a June update, no future news, of course. Of course, yeah. No, they're not going to talk about. Well, there's nothing to talk about. No. He said, expect our first Dev Insight tomorrow, followed by Dev Insight 2 and the Twit on Friday. Can I just say this? Bungie, the people on the Destiny side, let it all out. Let it all out. I know you're going to be super professional. You're going to keep it together. But in this TWID, in these dev insights, especially quotes directly from the devs themselves, talk to us. Tyson, talk to us. Even if there's nothing really to talk to us about. Talk to us. No one will judge you. Okay, we might judge you a little bit, but no one will judge you too harshly. If anything, we would respect just your candor. Just your ability to look at us directly. And if you want to start slow, talk about, what's coming in June. Sure. I just feel like the corporate shackles is on everyone, and everyone is just trying to save themselves to some degree. And I completely understand that because it's your livelihood. I completely understand that. On the flip side, we are hiring, by the way. Luke is trying to find someone for Unreal. Needs to be a 3D animator. Rigging. We need about 2 of them. And another developer for Unreal. But I'm a 4D animator cross, even better. I think. I don't know. Crow's VA put out a video. Can y'all find that? What a shameless plug. What's a bunch of people people about to be laid off? Don't you want to? You think I haven't hit up people at Bungie? Trust me. I literally recently hit up the guy who created the animations for Subjugators. Now, this was before the layoffs were announced. But you damn right. Talent motherfuckers up there. Sleepy Porg with the 35 months. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Guardians. This is the Crow.
Oh my God.
I know that over the years we have asked you time and time again to lay your lives on the line. For the Vanguard, for the city, for hope. And we're asking you one more time to gather together at the Tower on June 9th for one final update in Destiny 2. So from the Vanguard, officially you are charged to meet us there and make magic happen one more time. On a personal note, the actor Brandon O'Neill wants to thank you for all of the years that you have supported me and supported my journey as Crow, as Aldrin and Crow. And maybe as a little extra, if you're posting about Destiny 2 in any way, how about a little hashtag we want Destiny 3?
Oh my God.
I wouldn't mind the employment. I hope to see you Starside. All the best, Guardians.
I fucking love that dude. I fucking love that dude. I can't believe out of all the VAs, we have Aldrin here. That's trying to save us right now. Can y'all fucking believe that? I know it's Crow. I know it's Crow. Oryx's VA made a video. Get the fuck out of here. Somebody find me that shit. Crow is no longer the Meg of our universe. Oh my God. Lance would have, yeah. Mods, fetch me that video. Lance would have made a D3 happen.
This is Joshua David King, the voice of Oryx, the Taken King, and Destiny 2 Heresy.
Oh my God.
Destiny 2 fans, this is Joshua David King, the voice of Oryx, the Taken King, and Destiny 2 Heresy. Listen, I have just learned of the final live service update, the Monument of Triumph, that shall be hitting the Destiny 2 servers next month. Wow, I would just like to take a moment to express my extreme gratitude to fans everywhere, to the team at Bungie, for everyone who has made this experience of stepping into the role of Oryx one of the greatest of my career so far.
Dude, he kills that shit.
You guys have been so welcoming as a community, and when I was first booked and cast as Oryx, I didn't know much about Destiny, but when I learned about the Hive and I learned about how story rich and lore rich and amazing the world of this game was, I fell in love, and instantly Oryx became a role that I knew I would always hold very near and dear to my heart. So thank you all for accepting me with such open arms. I'll see you all on the other side, and at least the stars will remember the shape I gave them.
Damn! Dude, some people are just born to do the shit they do. You know what I'm saying? Some people are just born to do the shit they do. You know what I mean? God. I did not sleep. Send it to one of the mods, though. I just felt my dick move. Calm down. Calm down, D-bag. Good Lord. Oh, yeah. Whoa there. Whoa. Whoa. Chiefs, just send it to me in a DM. Yep. My ears are tingling. Whoa there, player. We need one from Cade's VA. Oh, that would be fantastic. That would be fantastic. A lot of people came out and said stuff over the weekend, which was great. You know, I think I was just shocked when you go to Luke Smith's Twitter. By the way, his ex. This is his banner. After he left Bungie, I think he changed his bio to "Let there be no noise." He blacked out his banner and he blacked out his profile picture. Need a wellness check on him? Okay, I will, Chief. But he tweeted this. At its best, content was a machine to create memories and friendships. No new content stings. This pain is about losing a place where so many memories were made. It stings not because of what it was, but the realization of what it won't be. That right there is exactly the feeling that I think every Destiny player has, is the realization of what it won't be, the potential that Destiny always had. Did we complain? Of course we complain. Did we still sink thousands, if not tens of thousands of hours into it? Yes. Were we always chasing perfection? Absolutely. And what we wanted to see was Bungie reach that perfection with Destiny. Complaining was part of Destiny. It really, as complaining is kind of part of any like big game you play. Like I want you to know, when I played RuneScape, we played it every day, all day. And you know what we did while we played RuneScape? Bitched about RuneScape. I remember I was in a clan called Kingdom of Saradomin. And we had 500 people. And we would be in our clan chat every day. And we would bitch about RuneScape all day long. I mean, like, for real. But we played all day long. We play and bitch. It's just part of being, you know, in one of those type of games, man. It's, you know, it's just part of it. I think some people see that and they're like, oh my God, they're negative. The game must be terrible. You know where I'm coming from? No, but we definitely were passionate. We wanted the best. But it's toxic when I do it. Less. You are a bit toxic sometimes, less. You know where I'm coming from? There's a diplomatic way of doing it, you know. You gotta, you know, be more poised in your presentation. I feel like you just start blasting, you know. That's rich coming from you. This man said, piss on a grave. Now. We made our peace today. Somewhat. game got me through so much shit, from family passing to horrible sicknesses, bad work days, the pandemic, and so much in between. I'm not sorry to say Sony and upper management. Oh, I'm not sorry to say screw Sony and upper management for this. You said you would burn Marathon and piss on its corpse. Yeah. You know. But this can easily be turned around. You just have to say we're making D3. And all will be fine. That's it. That's it. It's that easy. We're making a D3. Oh my God. Boom. Put fries in the bag? Marathon community, you trying to tell me to put fries in the bag? Motherfuckers, y'all are going to be joining me. Don't act hard with me. Living on subsidies right now. I don't want to hear y'all shit. Sony want keeping y'all alive. Marathon can't even keep itself alive. Coming in and talk shit to me. And so what if we do serve some fries? So what if we fucking do? Ain't nothing wrong with that. We made an honest living here, huh? Look how happy Frostbolt is above me. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I actually felt really bad for somebody yesterday because someone made a comment about flipping burgers. And they were like, dude, as someone who actually works at McDonald's, I feel really attacked. And I was like, damn. Don't let that get you. Y'all make a damn good living, an honest living. And I just want you to know, people be talking shit like this. Don't let it get you down, all right? Mark Noseworthy tweeted about remasters. So Mark Noseworthy here says, I'm not going to comment on a certain remaster, but I'll share some general thoughts that I think apply when the executives and teams consider the merits of remasters from a business perspective. Oh. Generic video game remake calculus. Core questions. How expensive is it to remake? What is the opportunity cost? For example, if remaster, does that effort take away from resources from a different project? Will there be a big enough market to justify those expenses and make a suitable return? Considerations. Remakes are often more expensive than you might imagine, especially if the content and tech needs major updates. Why? Hot damn it! Ryu! With the 150 gifted Jesus Christ. I can't go anymore. That's all I got. That's all I got. That's all I got. That's it. We gotta start doing more cardio, man. Ryu Frost, who comes in here and throws down 150 gift. Still going. It's still going. Ryu, who comes down here and throws down the 150 gifted subs. Chat, for the love of God, show this man some love. Show this man some love. Throw it the hell down. Ah, damn it, brother. Ah, damn it. Chief, send that to me in a link. Send it to me on a link, okay? And I'll take a look at it. You guys are nuts. Y'all need to calm fuck down. Look. Everybody save their loads. Look, don't even watch me. Don't watch. Wait till June. We'll get into June. I just really want everyone to play Destiny this coming month, okay? And so I just don't want us to prematurely blow our loads right now. in a lot of different ways. I tell you this, I come June the 9th, we will be literally, and even before that, we're going to be playing Destiny every day. But come June, we're going to be playing Destiny nonstop. And if you want to come in here or anywhere else, especially to the other Destiny 2 folks, and use your own way of showing love, whatever that may be, completely fine. I really want to see you guys, your presence and everything come June. Well, come June, I'm about to do everything I've wanted to do in Destiny. I think we may delete some stuff out of the vaults. As crazy as that sounds. I guess I might clear some shit out, I do want to start the new character and go through the expansions again. Just for the stories. No less. I will delete my own shit from the vault. No, fuck that. I will be in control of this, and I'll get rid of some stuff. One last data vault cleaning. You know what? One last data vault cleaning would go hard. That it would. Man. I'm not gonna lie, dude. Watching Dado really, that shit hurt. That man was going through a lot, and that was when I was still in copium mode, so I didn't quite understand. I guarantee Dado has, way more insight than I do, and way more connections that he's talked to. Something tells me he probably already knew like this was coming. You know what I mean? Something. Looking back at it now, it seems like he knew that. This was coming in some capacity. So. One last build battle tournament with new guns, grenades, and fragments. Yeah. Yeah, we'll probably do that. Let's continue to read this. Opportunity costs are high if you are people or cash constrained. Studios can only afford so many bets at once. Outsourcing is not a silver bullet either, even less so for complex projects. Intelligent people can disagree here, case-by-case basis. Obviously, lots of good examples exist like Resident Evil series, but opportunity costs could be a bigger loser depending on situation. Gotcha. Man, what I would give to pick Mark's brain. Just talk to him about everything. Talk to him about Destiny. I would love to pick Luke's brain. But I don't think Luke Smith is... That man tweets once every 4 or 5 years, so... I don't think he's going to come out and chat. You calm down, CG. Yeah, we saw the Witcher DLC, Witcher 3 DLC. I'll play it. I'm gonna be honest, dude. Do y'all know? Like, has anyone here played all of the Witcher 3 and its DLCs? I don't think people realize just how big of a game Witcher actually is. It is. There's so much content. It is massive. Oh, I fucking love the game. But it is massive, and it will make you fall in love with redheads for the rest of your life. But it's a great game. It's a great game. I'm looking forward to the DLC. I'm just saying. You know it's true. You know it's true. No. Team Yin. Oh my God. No. Triss all the way. Yeah. Oh, I would love to pick Joe Blackburn's brain. Yeah. I just want to know, man. I want to know what they think about all this, you know? Cross has no taste. I knew it. What? What? I'd like to pick Pete Parsons' brain. Probably learn a lot about cars. You know, I mean, let's be clear. You don't buy 30 plus cars if you don't know. You know, I'm just saying. You probably would learn a lot about cars. I don't care about learning about cars, but I wonder what Pete is thinking right now. I'm sure Pete is enjoying.
Thank you for
his life.
always being you, brother. As the Lala dude shake.
I don't think he's thinking about anything else. Zen with the 5,000 bits. Hot damn it, Zen. Zen, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. He's thinking about which car he's going to drive to get coffee. Oh my God. Oh. The thing is, man, you know, even people that have a lot, and I know, like, everyone, I guess there's a lot of people who work differently here. But if you're like a creative type, and if it's a passion project, I'll put it to you like this. If my dad has been threatening to retire now every year for, you know, years. When the reality is, the man will never retire. My dad is literally going to die on a job site. And it's not that he couldn't retire. He could definitely retire. But construction is he loves that shit. He just loves construction. It's his passion. He grew up wanting to do it. And so if he was suddenly to be without construction, I literally think the man would literally go into depression. The same with like creative types. People that worked on Destiny, that this was their passion project. It's their love, it's their passion. And so these people, you know, don't get me wrong, some of these people are getting golden parachutes on their way out. But it's like, you know, they're sitting there, what do you do? What do you fucking do? When that used to be everything to you. What if Microsoft would have bought Bungie instead of Sony? Do you think it would have been the same outcome? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't think Microsoft wanted to buy Bungie. I don't think they wanted to. Hi, damn it! Where are you? With the 10,000 gifted bits! Doesn't quite roll off the tongue as well. You know what I mean? Ryu Frost, you come in here. You throw down the bits right now. You make it rain. Hot. Damn it, man. Microsoft probably wouldn't have overpaid. Can I just say this? Gaming company valuations in general. Do y'all want to go take a look at PE ratios in our dear old S&P 500 right now? Valuations in general. Fucking crazy. Especially right now. Even more so with gaming companies. A gaming company could have literally one kind of, like, not even good game, just one kind of game. But they can have just these crazy valuations because what happens is these investors come in and they get sold on what ifs. The what ifs. There's a lot of what ifs. What if it's the next Rockstar? What if this is the next Mojang? What if this is the next Riot? You see where I'm coming from? So always sold on what ifs. And
Microsoft looked at them and determined they had too high of a burn rate. so they didn't want them back, and we see how it turned out for Sony.
Burning Vikings. Microsoft looked at them and determined they had too high of a burn rate. You know what? I don't know. Microsoft may have looked at Bungie and thought to themselves, could have been a lot of things. Could have been they're too top heavy. That actually could be a thing. They could have thought to themselves, they may not. Maybe they, you know what I really think? Because think about where Pete Parsons came from. Pete Parsons came from Microsoft. Well, who do you think probably knows what Pete Parsons is about? Microsoft. See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So I'm sure they were probably like, I don't know. DC Delay with the 13 months. Thank you so much. Oh my God, dude. I'm going to miss day one raid so much. I'm going to miss almost dying. I remember sitting here. I had all these. We were like an hour 36, 37 of the Salvation's Edge raid. And I've got these energy drinks. One of them I couldn't even read the words on. I don't even know what the fuck it was. I bought it off of Amazon. But it had just ungodly amounts of caffeine in it. And I remember just trying to do everything I can to stay conscious. And what a time, man. What a time, brother. I miss that shit so much. I wish I could just have that one more time. Just one more time. You get to a point, you know, it's almost an addicting feeling. Your whole body starts to shut down. You know, you may even accidentally piss yourself, but you don't even feel it. And you're just sitting there just going, dude. Just clicking, moving, not even thinking. You know what I mean? I remember at one point, I had to remind myself to breathe. I was like, breathe, keep breathing. And that was such an experience. And unfortunately, we just won't experience that ever again. Jazzy Cat with 8 months. Thank you so much. You know, I don't know if it was just a crazy coincidence. About 3 weeks after that raid is when I injured myself. It was
How to
crazy.
tank your flagship IP, waste resources on hot tear incubation projects, juice your valuation, get acquired by Sony, and parachute out before impact. A business guide by Pete Parsons.
Yeah. Just So Wicked, thank you for the 11 months. Yeah, we watched Jason's video. Text to speech is so annoying. I know. What do you want me to do? I mean, I done up the price. Appreciate it, fella. 7, thank you for the bits. Master Looter with the 16 months, thank you. Is Jason Jones still calling shots? Not that I know of. No. I don't think so. I think Jason, he definitely got paid, but I think he's been out for a while. He got consulted for Marathon. I don't really know either on that one too, because like, what qualifies as consulting? You know what I mean? Is that like picking the phone and be like, hey, Jason, you like this color that we're using on this runner shell? You know what I mean? I don't even know. Bubble, thank you for the sub button.
Necrotism.
Oh my God. Tour with the Prime. Thank you. Thank you. Guys, I have no desire to play Marathon, and I already told you how I sit with that. Anyways, so taking what Mark says about, you know, remaster, what he's really talking about is a Destiny 1 remaster or classic or whatever being too expensive. So, yeah, man. I'm sure Destiny 1 is a complex game to try to do that with, so I'm so torn on this thing, dude. You know what I mean? Sometimes I feel like Bungie just woke up one day and just like either they're just being completely cucked by leadership or they just genuinely forgot how to make games, you know? I'm thinking more of the former, as we've seen internally. You know, when you read things like that there were teams that actually went out of their way to try to create stuff and then were shot down or told not to make that thing because it would set expectations too high. Like, what the fuck, dude? Completed 007. We're about to go complete it right now. I've been enjoying the fuck out of it. Yep. Anyways, it is what it is. We'll be playing the shit out of Destiny come June, guys. We'll be covering articles tomorrow, which will also be touching on everything in June. And so, which means we'll have to go live first thing in the morning for that one. Buzzy with the 25 gifted subs. Fuzzy, thank you so much for the 25. Bye, that's 2 videos on this? Oh my God, I may have to go check that out. He put out 2 videos? Which one do we, let me see.
Before we start this video, I think it's important to understand what a third space, or third place as it's sometimes called, really is. It's essentially a place that isn't your home or your place of work. It's the bar or pub in your local town. It's the park or mall where you hung out with your childhood friends. It's a club, a church, a coffee shop, a gym, or a library. Essentially, it's wherever you spend your time for leisure. That's a third space. It's a place that lets people be people. The thing is, of course, this doesn't just include physical spaces and locations, it's also digital ones, because wherever people congregate, that's where their third space is. By this same point, a game can very much be a third space. Losing a third space in your life sucks. If you've ever walked around a town with a derelict main street or boardwalk, then you know what that feels like. Third spaces are spaces where you can be yourself and meet other people who are like you. Losing a video game like Destiny is exactly the same in that regard. It's losing a third space. But you see, it is also a little bit more than losing just a normal third space, because it's a third space that's been around for over a decade. Destiny is a special game to a lot of us, even if it was, and still is, highly flawed. I've seen people talking about Destiny 1 who describe it as the best 6 out of 10 game ever, and yeah, honestly, I understand that description.
God, oh, that's so fucking true, dude. The best 6 out of 10 game ever.
Because Destiny, for so many of us, was a game that felt like home. It was a game that brought people together, and of course, it was a game that deserved more than this. To people outside of Destiny as a community, I need you to understand that yes, I get that this seems alien. There's a reason why there's a serious outpouring of what can best be described as grief. It's the reason why people are angry, in denial, and at a loss to explain what to do. For some of you, maybe the best parallel or explanation of it is if you think about what would happen if your favorite sports team was disbanded, or if your place of worship closed, or if the bar you go to regularly was burnt down and can't be rebuilt. The emotional loss is similar to that. You think of all the things that you did in that place, all the good times you had, all the friends you made, all the experiences that spawned from it. And ultimately, yeah, Destiny is exactly that. We saw Destiny as a hobby. Some lucky few amongst our cohort even made a full career out of it, myself included. But it was more than that because it was a hobby that we shared together. And what's more, whilst there were a lot of problems we would rightly level at the developers as critique, it's hard to doubt the value proposition of Destiny as a product and a hobby generally. I have over 9,000 hours on Destiny 2 since Shadowkeep launched in 2019. Considering how much I'd been playing the game prior to this point, I think it's not hard to imagine that across my entire Destiny career I have something like 15,000 hours in the game. And of course that does include a fair bit of time in orbit, but who doesn't have those numbers? I can scarcely think of a game that's given me that much value for playtime in just 7 years. And I say 7 because again, that's just the Steam number since Shadowkeep. I don't even know what the real number is that totals up everything since 2014, and technically earlier if you include betas, alphas, and pre-alphas.
Probably double.
The best part about it from my perspective though was that I got to be a part of a universe where I felt like I belonged. This place, it felt like home. And I don't just mean a universe in the sense that it was a fictional setting. There are lots of fictional settings. You can feel like you belong in one, but only one that feels right. It's why some games have loyalists, even to the very end, because that's just what they enjoy. But it's also where they see themselves. It's their third space. And Destiny was not just a universe where it was a storied universe, or one where there were a lot of people. It was a universe with a story that was constantly moving forward and progressing. It was also as much our story as it was the story of the Vanguard and the Hive Gods and the Fallen Houses and the Cabal Empire and the Last City and the Guardians. Bungie made a world for us to explore, and they put their stamp on that world and told us to make it our own, to inhabit it. And inhabit it we did. Content creators, artists, voice actors, game developers, and so many others not only found their feet in Destiny, but also became professionals on the back of the world that Destiny created. I still remember being a part of the original group of 4 or 5 YouTubers that really cracked into the space at first and made a name for themselves as far back as the Destiny 1 alpha. Datto and I are still around out of those lot. Others have moved on, but for a time, we all shared this space. And we made it our place of work, our place for fun, and a place that felt like home. And speaking from a purely narrative standpoint, this world was filled with so much potential. Destiny 1's awful story is what's commonly remembered by people, and rightly so, it wasn't good. But the reality is that that story belied the universe beneath all of this. A universe that over the 10 years of the Light and Dark saga, and the 1 short year of the Fate saga, was slowly picked apart and unraveled further. A universe that was magical. A universe where literally anything could happen. Sure, to some who only experienced the barest form of story, it wasn't much. But for someone who dug into the kernels of lore, which weren't exactly hidden, man, this place truly was special. It was a universe that, yeah, maybe it wasn't as approachable, but the heart of it all, God, it was magnificent. The universe of Destiny was a place with dragons and queens and kings and pirates and sorcerers and gods. But equally, it was a place filled with technology and spacefaring craft and cyborgs and artificial intelligences and superweapons and futuristic firearms. It was a place where the familiar met the strange in this beautiful kind of concert. It was a place where the mundane crossed paths with the legendary, just to tip their hats at each other. It was a universe where quite literally anything could reasonably exist. And it was all squandered. I don't think I need to go over the ruinous leadership of Bungie that constantly held back its development team, that constantly ignored that development team as they begged them to listen to the community, that constantly used that development team as a shield from the complaints of gamers at large. I don't think I need to go over the many lawsuits, allegations, scandals, and other catastrophes that beset the studio and its higher-ups. There are already dozens and dozens of videos on these topics, and there are others within the industry who will be able to touch on those issues with a far more succinct summary of all the wrongs committed than I will be able to here. The one thing I will focus on is the greed, and how the greed of it all pushed them to take from Destiny and not give back, and to take Destiny for granted. Destiny, which for over a decade was the only revenue source for the studio. Destiny, which they assumed would go on making money forever, even after the continuous litany of decisions that slowly sapped the player base bit by bit. And players could feel and see that in real time. First it was support for the Crucible, then it was Gambit, then it was getting fewer and fewer raids and dungeons year by year, and eventually it seemed like everything was being slowly picked apart.
Yep.
I made a script years ago that I never released fully, and it was about tracking this decline by the most me-coded thing imaginable. Lore tabs. Using ishtarcollective.net, I could see how much was being written expansion by expansion, and I could get the sense for how the teams were slowly being stretched thinner and thinner and thinner. When Destiny 2 Forsaken released, we had a ton of lore books, I believe 8 at the very release of it, and so many entries within those books and so many lore tabs within the world, all of them detailing every aspect of this brilliant place. Fast forward to Renegades, and we have significantly fewer. Fewer lore tabs across less gear, less items, less things to collect, and of course, lorebook-wise, we have just one. To make it really clear, I don't view this as the fault of the narrative team. What team is hired to do a job, such as narrative and building out a world like this, that doesn't want to write these things? No, I think their hands on all of these things were tied. And quite frankly, they were tied because there weren't as many people assigned to work on Destiny as there were back in the day. The staffing for Destiny slowly trickled downward year after year as more studio personnel was siphoned away for more and more incubation projects. The result couldn't just be seen or counted, but as a player, I believe it could be felt. There were moments where the Herculean efforts of the studio shone through, and moments where it seems like they weren't at their best. Now, all these years later, I wonder if that isn't partly because sometimes they were essentially fighting with one hand behind their back. Inevitably, the topic of Marathon is going to come up, and I should say that I don't think I fully blame Marathon for Bungie's decline, and for the death of Destiny. At the end of the day, spinning up a new game and getting a second revenue source was always going to be an eventual path forward for Bungie. What I don't think was a good idea was spinning up 5 incubation projects, including Marathon, and 4 others that were eventually canned at the cost of millions upon millions of dollars. And of course, all of that was done to inflate the potential value of Bungie, a studio that was then valued at $3.6 billion by Sony, a studio that they purchased, a studio that then started to collapse because all of its resources had been drained out into these wasteful projects that mostly collapsed, or were subsumed into Sony, or simply never saw the light of day. Leadership led this great studio astray, and now it's become easy prey for grifters on Twitter and naysayers across the industry, and people who didn't care about it as anything more than a proverbial industry-wide punching bag.
Yep.
A cautionary tale about the ills of live services, which in some ways was warranted, but which also pays no heed to the developers who were genuinely still trying to make an amazing game, and who were trying their best day by day. As players, we deserved more than this, and as developers, the staff at Bungie, the people who actually made Destiny instead of profiting fully from it, they deserved more than this. We deserved leaders who led from the front, took accountability for their actions, broke bread with their players and employees, and who placed their role as custodians of our shared world above their selfish desires, or the pressure to prop up a balance sheet for shareholders. We deserved more because this universe was full of stories that still needed to be told. It was a place still full of so much wonder. Off the top of my head, we never got to learn about the return of the dragons, the machinations of the Witch Queen, the battle between Keitel and Zivor Wrath, the eventual story of whatever the Winnower might do, or the fate of the Nine. There are dozens of small lore threads going forth that eventually might have led somewhere, but which ultimately now will lead nowhere. There are so many plot threads to Destiny's story that have been left hanging and unanswered. All we can do now is hope and wonder what might have been, and potentially wait and see what the narrative team has done to try and leave them in an interesting and viable place should the IP move forward in the future. For me, at very least, the hope for Destiny is that there will be some kind of miraculous recovery. That there will be some kind of Destiny game, even if it isn't Destiny 3 in the future, that does get greenlit. There are of course other plans for everyone to log in on June 9th, and the small effort that you can make in signing those petitions that are going around to save the game. They are something. A limited and fleeting means by which we can actually have some kind of recourse and can give our opinions. For what it's worth, I think they're both worth doing, even if it's unlikely that they make a difference. I do fear that in all likelihood that is all we can do. We can only rage against the dying of the light. My ultimate fear then, and the future that you and I will probably be sharing with this, is that we'll need to either find a new third space or build one for us as a larger, wider community. I already took the first steps towards that on Patreon if you're interested, by the way. You can register for free too if you're so inclined. No need to spend money if you're low on funds. For now though, this is the start of the end. And my promise to you is that I've decided that I will still make some Destiny lore content, albeit not as regularly. This is a universe that I want to return to. It's a universe that deserves to live on, and I think it's something that only stays alive for as long as we can keep it alive, for as long as our love and passion for it is still there. I intend to ensure that we can continue to explore it together. With the more complete base of knowledge that I now have from all my years of exploration, I feel like I'm one of the only people left who can guide you all. And my hope is that we can pass that brighter torch of knowledge onward, and we can all appreciate this place where we all sat around and complained about the drop rates of exotics, complained about the balance passes that were bringing up these strange and sometimes boring metas, where we can laugh at the Tiger engine and its ridiculous slew of bugs, where we can marvel at how this community raised millions for charity over its span of time, where for a lucky few like myself you can even find a partner and fall in love and get married. Destiny.
My third space is watching Cross until he's arrested for tax evasion. Motherfucker, I pay my taxes. You hear me? I don't want to get. Don't even put that evil on me. I fucking pay my goddamn taxes.
For the larger part of my life has given me something to live for, something to dream in, a place where I can not just be my name is Bife, but where I can inhabit the world of my guardian. One day I may even tell that story, because as far as I'm concerned, there are interesting tales to be told with every guardian, and you've never heard the tale of Tarsonis Garrett, or his ghost Strauss, or the people that accompanied him, or the trials that he underwent. Because that's the kind of power of a universe like Destiny. You can see yourself in it. And even though it's no longer getting any updates or any more content, even though the IP is likely to be shelved by Sony, it is still a marvelous place where we can all live on. For the immediate future though, I do have a few things that are planned. Not all of these are around Destiny. The first thing is unfortunately timed. I have a sponsored video with another game that's coming up. It's called Once Human, and I intend to get that out this week because that's when our planned release date for that is. In that same vein, I have another video that I'll hold on to for a little bit, which is a marathon video. I'm holding that one until June 2nd, when the other season of Marathon starts. But expect marathon content to take a bit of a break, while I go back to focus on Destiny after June 9th. I also have other big projects coming up on Patreon, which is something that I've taken the time to do a full update for, and it's now ready if anyone wants to come along and support. The next mega video that I'll be creating is going to be a video on Baldur's Gate 3, a story that I think is worth telling. If any of that is of interest to you, please stick around. I'll personally be here until the lights go out, and even for some time after that. But in the meantime, know that your viewership as always has been quite enough for me, and that my name has been My Name is Bife. It's the end of an era. It's no longer going to be per audacia ad astra through bravery to the stars. Instead, we have reached those stars. Now we need to look further. Now, this is the age of looking to the stars and beyond. Ad astra et ultra. My name has been My Name is Bife. I'll see you starside.
Now I'm pissed again. Fuck! Let's go play a video game. God dog it, they even made Bife change his outro. Ah! Destiny is doubling up Marathon right now on Steam charts. Look, I'm not going to sit here and dick measure a Marathon. Ours is way bigger anyways. But I'm not here to do that. Okay? Both in length and in girth. But look, I'm not gonna get into those all angles, every dimension. However, all I can say is come June the 9th, let's jump into Destiny. Let's get one good ride. Bungie, the devs that are working on Destiny 2, I feel for them right now. Can you imagine working knowing that what you're doing is it? You imagine looking across the office being like, hey, Frank, how's it going over there? And Frank's just sitting there just sobbing in his computer like, this is the last update. This is the last thing I can do. Frank's trying to fucking put like one hidden lore card in there. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Like, what are you going to do with the raid and dungeon team? Like, of all the teams that have never missed, the raid and dungeon, outside of Root of Nightmares, something happened there. But outside of Root of Nightmares, the raid and dungeon team never fucking missed. What are you going to do with those guys? You just going to lay them off? Are you fucking with me right now? They're going to make Cryo Archive 2 in Marathon. I'm scared of losing so many good people. Allison, that's another one. You know. Damn, dude. Comment with the 7. Thank you so much.
New World and Destiny being abandoned within 6 months of each other was not on my yearly bingo card. There goes 12,000 hours.
Cryo is basically just Root of Nightmares, but with PvP. Let's just pump the brakes real quick. Don't get me wrong. I very much enjoy Cryo. All right. But it's not... Cryo is not a raid, guys. Like, it's not... like, there's nothing about Cryo that is of that caliber. All right? Like, it's not a raid. It's not even a dungeon. You know? The most difficult aspect to Cryo is playing up against other players. And for good reason. I mean, that's an aspect that's difficult. By the way, Marathon community, y'all trying to talk shit about my time playing Marathon? You're like, Cross could barely clear Cryo twice, and then he quit. Fuck you, bitch. I cleared that shit in my sleep. And don't even try to bring up, oh, it's because you were bidding with Frost. I did it with other gamers too, bitch. Other gamers. Like Drewski. Like DeFizzle. Like Omelets. Yeah, they're really good gamers too. But who fucking cares? Like Zelda. Like Les. Now, with the reason why I bring this up is because every time someone's like, hey, I'm not really feeling this Marathon game. Instantly, they're hit with, your shit, bro. What the fuck you even think about playing video games for? Unk? The hell out of here. This is our game. This is the game. We're hard around here. We're like, the fucking Marathon players act like they're playing the hardest esport game ever created. You pump the goddamn brakes, fucking wearing military boots while you game. Chill. Every damn time. They're like, you're weak. You're weak. You can't hang. It's like, man, I'm just trying to give some objective feedback right now. Weakness. Pussy. Do Destiny players do that to Marathon players way more? I don't see that. What do you mean? Like Destiny players are like, you're weak for not playing Destiny? Really? Only thing I've heard from Destiny players is like, hey, can we get some content over here? Hey, Bungie. You know all that money you made from us for like a decade? Hey, can we get some content? And all we hear from Bungie is, no! You're going to play Marathon. And you're going to like it. Now shut the fuck up. Destiny was cooked when they went to one raid per year. Marathon lovers wouldn't last a day in Tarkov. I just... Look, here's the thing, man. You know... Marathon, before you come over here, I mean, I feel like Marathon is like, you know, wanting to take a swing at Destiny, which is funny to me because Destiny has more players than Marathon. So it's like, well, all right. But shouldn't you be swinging at other games in your genre? You know where I'm coming from? You should go fucking fight Arc Raiders. Or Tarkov. Go fight Tarkov. There you go. Ruthless of the Prime, thank you so much. Ark is not doing too well either. Really? Ark is not doing good? What happened? Can I just say this? I think this whole chasing extractions is really going to blow up in everyone's face. I really think, see, Arc Raiders is at it's at number 18, 63,000. And keep in mind, it had a peak of 481,000, dude. I think Arc Raiders is fine. I mean, obviously, it could be probably doing a bit better. I think it's doing all right. What I feel like is this. I feel like Arc Raiders beat Marathon to the punch. They got out there in front of people. They were also casually approachable. And can I tell you, I just hung out with a bunch of guys from my brother's bachelor trip. And you want to know a video game they talked about? They fucking talked about Arc Raiders. Many of them were like working guys, and they talked about how much fun they had with their friends coming home and playing Arc Raiders. They didn't even know what Marathon was. It's like, oh, did you try Marathon? What? Oh, it's the other. It's another extraction shooter made by Bungie. Oh, no. Is it like Arc Raiders? I was like, not quite, bud. Not quite. You want to know? You know, Marathon players hate it when we do this. Hold on. There's Marathon. All right. 8,000. It's into the season. Good luck to the boys. Yep. Damn, Destiny 2's at 15,000 right now? Oh, damn it, fellas. Hot damn. Joe, calm down. Yo, calm down right now. Don't blow the load too early. I try to tell you, Cross. And that's just Sting. Ray, do you want to keep being a mod here? I'm indifferent. Well, you better become aligned, is what you better be. You're gonna be a mod in this goddamn stream. You better be on the same team, or it's that ass. Did you read the news of the Steam Deck price? I did not. I did not. Destiny has 112,000 active across all platforms. Where are you getting that number? Where are you getting that number at? How are you finding that number? Ray, don't you take your anger out. Don't you take your anger out on other people in this stream. Mods, I need you to watch Ray. Popularity report is what's pulling it up. Oh, a little bit of happening. A little bit happening over there. Okay. Okay. Crazy how many people are playing Control. Yep. All right. Well, look, fellas. I'm about to go play 007. Finish this up. My stance has not changed. I will continue playing Destiny come June. However, Marathon people, I promise, I will withhold thy comments. And I will keep it somewhat peaceful. But if you keep fucking with me, keep saying shit, I will only retaliate from here on out. Okay? Talk it thy shit. Expect shit in retaliation. You've been calm. You've been so calm. Thank you so much, Rayleigh. You know what? I think so too, buddy. I think I have been pretty calm. Thank you. Yeah. No. We are going to go play. We're going to go play Destiny. We're going to go have a good time. We're going to raise some hell. And that's that. And then we'll hopefully have a discussion with some of the higher ups at some point. Indirectly or directly. In a day, no one wants another Concord situation. Check Frost's message. Frost sent me a DM. Hot damn, brother. Hot damn. Drim, thank you so much for the love, my man. I appreciate it, my man. Much love to you. Frost, you said you sent me something? Chat's trolling. Oh, okay, okay. I can't wait to see you play Marathon Season 2. Can we play Marathon right now? This guy. This guy, man. Y'all can hear my keyboard? Dude, what the fuck is this damn noise gate even doing right now? The shit? How much are y'all hearing? Y'all hearing like everything? Are you going to convince Benny and Frost to abandon Marathon? I am convincing no one. Everyone, look, y'all don't harass anyone that is going to be playing anything come this June, okay? No. We can hear your mouse clicking? Are you serious right now? Yep. I can smell you. Sign up to unlock exclusive cosmetic rewards. Plus stay up to date. How good is the drip? Is that the drip? I like the jacket more. Much love, Cody. Much love. Much love to you, my man.
Shut up, Moneypenny. We're not leaving without answers. Play it cool, always.
This has been such a good game, dude.
Evening. Perch bound, I assume.
Burning the midnight oil. You work at the Perch?
I work with all departments. Roger Finch, Chief Legal Officer. And you are?
Security officers. We've been called in to help out with the Code White.
Oh. Well, my department works closely with the CSO's office, and I don't recall seeing you before.
I grew a beard. I got rid of mine.
I see. You must work closely with Mackenzie. How's he doing? I haven't seen him all week.
Fuck!
Getting by?
Really? I think he was over the moon. Newly married and all.
That won't last. Call me a cynic.
Will you deal with this, Claude, or should I?
I got this.
Say, I didn't catch your name.
It's Jones.
Right. And your company ID number?
You first. If indeed you are who you say you are.
Oh, now look here.
Are you quite all right?
I don't feel so good, actually.
Oh my.
Something you ate?
Oh, dear God. Excuse me.
Alright, so we found out who the bad guy is. The main bad guy.
Seems we've run out of elevator. Well, bridge to the perch is only 3 floors up. I say we get a move on before Roger recovers and you dig yourself in even deeper. I had it under control. Evidently.
Doing good, my man. Doing good.
We'll need a way to reach those stairs. I'll see what we can do. Smart ass. I'll check the corridor. You care to join me?
Dude, it's so cool actually getting to play with Shaxx. Not exactly how I wanted to play with Shaxx, but
Locked tight.
Still cool.
And we don't have executive clearance. Guess it's lateral thinking from here on out.
Keycord.
Looks like we're not alone. Full access.
Oh, all right, all right. We got to turn on the cleaning robots.
Q-Watch opens a lot of doors. We should split up. I'll check the perimeter. Let me know if you find something. Will do.
I fool on everything.
All this defying orders and making the first move. What happened to the Greenway we all know and tolerate? Greenway? I found the corporate ladder. Here, give me a boost.
The corporate ladder.
Sure. I could use a piercing stab of pain right about now. No way I can climb there. You'll need to clear a path. Will do. Can I fix you a nice chill G&T while I'm at it? That would be against regulations. Right. Of course. Drinking tonic in the line of duty. What was I thinking? Anyway, you were saying? About making the first move? Right. Well, here's what's happening now, Bond. Webb knows his son overplayed his hand. Now he's doing all in his considerable power to shut us down, which includes calling in a favor from his friend, the Foreign Secretary. Stephen Bright will force M's hand to axe us or he'll pull her funding. Between the two of us and the future of the 00 program, she will have no choice. So come morning, we will be discredited
There
and
ain't no
disavowed.
way, dude.
So unless you want to consult Bavmar about career opportunities, I suggest we find ourselves a smoking gun. So in other words, you woke up and smelled the roses. That's all you needed to say.
But that guy's daughter is paralyzed because of this shit. I don't feel like he's gonna... Like, I don't feel like he's gonna let it slide.
Good bones. Do you always land on your feet? Only when there's an audience. Aren't you forgetting something? Did I leave the fridge open? Stop pottering around. Open the door. Coming.
The storytelling in this game is incredible. Yeah, dude, it's been... I didn't know what to really expect from the trailer we saw last year, but this has been so good.
What's the holdup? Did you stop for a coffee? Why, you want one? Well, now you ask. Black, 2 sugars, please. You know your age group shouldn't drink coffee after 3 p.m. My age group shouldn't break into a high-security building in the middle of the night. Can't argue with that.
How the hell do I open that? Open a pathway for Greenway. It's this again. But there's no, unless there's something out here. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Oh, hold up. No way to jump up. Talk to me, chat. Talk to me. How do I do this shit? How do I do this shit? You know me. I'm good at that. Clear. Use your stealth senses. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Here, hold on, hold on. If I try to go on without him, he's gonna call me back down. Yep. Oh, we're gonna walk around for a long time until somebody figures it out. I hope I wasn't supposed to have a key card before I came over here. Go to the green switch upstairs on the left. Oh. Oh, the green switch, you say? Oh, the green switch on the left, you say? Really? The green... Oh, fuck is the green switch? What's on the small table? It's coffee. It's downstairs. Boom. Done. Wait, hold on. Unit incoming. Okay, perfect. It should be good now. I think. What the fuck? On the way. Okay. It's just take a long time for the, it's like a Roomba that's supposed to be coming. Is the Roomba stuck? It's in the room? No. No. This is some bullshit, dude. This is some bullshit. What is happening? There is a Roomba, it's just not moving. You think we should you think we should restart? Oh yeah, mods, move our game category. Jump off and die to restart. Damn. A bit harsh, huh? Let me try dying. I don't think it's gonna let me die. Go to the green screen. There you can call the Roomba thing that cleans inside the meeting room. I already did do that. Yeah. Shout out, much love, my man. Yeah, restart checkpoint. I don't know what's going on, guys. We could just be a shit gamer. Or it could be bugged. Oh my god, it's literally putting me all the way back
We've run
Run
out of elevator.
Jesus Christ.
Bridge to the perch is only 3 floors up. I say we get a move on before Roger recovers and you dig yourself in even deeper.
I had it under control.
Evidently.
Over the top would be more fitting.
We'll need a way to reach those stairs.
I'll see what we can do.
Smart ass.
Okay, so there's the cleaning units. I swear we didn't see the cleaning unit a second ago. Okay.
Locked tight. And we don't have executive clearance.
Guess it's lateral thinking from here on out.
Wait, hold on. Here we go.
Looks like we're not alone.
Oh,
Glorified vacuum cleaner. Yes.
Hey, might hear you.
We should split up. I'll check the perimeter. Let me know if you find something.
Will do. Wonder what the company ethos has to say about assassination. All this defying orders and making the first move. What happened to the Greenway we all know and tolerate? A lot of locked doors around here. Must be some way to hack them.
Yeah, now it's working. Yeah, now we can go to the other side.
Greenway. I found the corporate ladder. Here, give me a boost.
No, I can't get in that bit.
Sure. I could use a piercing stab of pain right about now.
No, we should be good, chat. This should be it.
No way I can climb there. You'll need to clear a path.
Will do. Can I fix you a nice chill G&T while I'm at it?
That would be against regulations.
Right, of course. Drinking tonic in the line of duty. What was I thinking?
Oh, so you were saying?
All this defying orders and making the first move. What happened to the Greenway we all know and tolerate?
Here's what's happening now, Bond. Webb knows his son overplayed his hand. Now he's doing all in his considerable power to shut us down, which includes calling in a favor from his friend, the Foreign Secretary. Stephen Bright will force M's hand to axe us or he'll pull her funding. Between the two of us and the future of the 00 program, she will have no choice. So come morning, we will be discredited and disavowed. So unless you want to consult Bavmar about career opportunities, I suggest we find ourselves a smoking gun.
So in other words, you woke up and smelled the roses. That's all you needed to say.
All right, let's see if it works, guys. Unit incoming.
What's the hold up? Did you stop for a coffee?
Why, you want one?
Well, now you
Here we
ask.
go.
Black, 2 sugars, please.
You know your
Let's
age group
go.
shouldn't drink coffee after 3 p.m. There. Not bad for a glorified vacuum cleaner.
Still not getting one.
Yeah, you say that now.
This game good? Oh yeah, man, it's solid, dude. The classic James Bond experience. Very story driven, which I'm enjoying a lot. You shouldn't drink coffee after 3 p.m. What rule the stats? Well, you're supposed to not drink coffee or any caffeine 6 hours before bed. I think 6 hours.
Coast looks clear. This way.
You look a bit worse for wear. Arm's giving you trouble.
Pain is in the mind, Bond.
So, yes.
I'll be fine. Locked. Fancy that.
I'm starting to think we're not welcome.
Let's poke about. I'll check the toilets.
And look for some meds while you're at it. I need you focused.
Don't push it. Oh. And beware the sleeping guard next door.
What the fuck's going on here?
Wait a minute. Bet I could punch through.
I'll be outside. Just clean this suit.
Nice. Boom.
Anyone there?
Careful. You've roused Sleeping Beauty in there.
Not to worry. I'll tuck him back in.
This'll do nicely.
Oh my god. Oh my lord. I just got fucked up. Are you shitting me right now? James Bond can't take 2 hits? There's 2 hits and a shove.
What's Webb's endgame?
I take it you have a theory.
MI6 was willing to ignore the risks because Webb got results. But with Thea, what's to stop him from rigging the next election or worse?
It's very fanciful, Bond. But in my experience, the motive is always simple. And almost always sordid.
Wait a minute.
He folded
I could punch through.
I'll be outside. Just clean this suit. This will do nicely.
Oi. Anyone there?
Careful. You've roused Sleeping Beauty in there.
Not to worry. I'll tuck him back in.
Yes.
Talk about a rude awakening.
Yes. Get shit on. Anybody shitting in here? No. All right. All right. Okay, all right. Yeah, I know that wine. Okay, hold on.
Bond!
So what's your take then on Sir Nicholas's dark secret?
My guess? It's about his son. Can you imagine what it takes to keep Damien's criminal
Oh, I gotta get the
record
actual
clean?
key.
Hush money alone would feed a small nation. I bet 009 found out about something. Figured it would be his golden ticket back into MI6's good graces. So he had to die at all costs. See? Simple.
Very.
What do you know? It's open.
Really?
No.
Figures. But what's the plan?
Well, let's see. Okay, I have an idea. But first, come and join me for a minute.
Don't tell me the old pro needs a timeout.
Tactical pause.
It's strange, don't you think? Sir Nicholas seemed genuinely sorry about what happened tonight.
He liked you, Bond. But you got in his way. That's the world you're in now. Half this job is doing something you'd rather not. The sooner you learn that, the better.
Dude, I feel like Greenway's about to die.
We'd never have known about Webb if it wasn't for 009. You think if things had gone differently, you would have forgiven him?
He was a traitor.
That doesn't answer the question.
You don't get to wipe the slate clean. Fact is, Reese was a bad apple, and I should have seen it. Moscow rules. Assume nothing, trust no one.
Sounds like no way to live.
Splendid way to stay alive, though.
No, Mrs. Greenway, I take it.
And why the sudden interest? Am I dying?
Now the night is young.
Once. She was a special liaison with the Treasury. After nightfall, I was in a dark place, and she couldn't handle it. She took a job overseas. Long story, not nearly short enough.
On the upside, you get a monogrammed fountain pen in case you fail to die young.
True. You must take the rough with the smooth.
So why did you come back to the program?
Because they asked. We're civil servants, Bond. We go where we're needed.
And I'm sure running out the clock behind a desk on the 8th floor, writing reports while slowly mummifying from boredom had nothing to do with it.
One doesn't exclude the other.
Well, good chat.
Back to it.
Again, I feel like he's about to
According to
die,
the floor
dude.
plan, that lounge next door connects to the other side. If you can find a way in, you'll be able to double back and unlock the doors.
Sounds simple enough.
What purpose of that?
Huh?
Excuse me.
Easy
You in
now.
the right place?
Take it easy. You're not looking for a...
Oh, it's a little gym. Look. Look. Yoga balls, dumbbells, yoga mats. Hot damn. This gym sucks. Oh.
Wonder what it is.
That's close.
This wasn't here last week. Shit, I did not need this. I just put down a deposit for a new place.
Relax, you won't get sacked. The company's insured up to their eyeballs.
Mate,
Besides,
what's wrong
we'll
with
blame
you?
the cleaning staff. You just dump the shards and keep them.
Thanks, Gov.
Hey, you're one of us. Oh, come on, hard man. Oh. Rip him apart! He's injured! Push on it!
Shit! I need a gun, man. Or bat. Or knife. Shit, how far is it gonna start me back, please? Not too far. Okay, we're good. Use the gadgets, that's true.
You okay? Can I assist you with something?
Bill Clay, Perch IT. I got called in for the code white.
What are you waiting for then? Get your ass upstairs.
Thanks, will do.
I swear, this wasn't here last.
What? Hey, what you there?
Easy
Are you
now.
lost?
Take it easy, I don't want any trouble. Smart answer. Follow me, Sunshine.
I'll tear you apart.
Time to die.
Shit. Shit. Whoa. Shit. I didn't mean it! God damn.
Get away.
Mwahaha. Yeah, take that shit. Yeah, take that shit. Oh shit.
Can't see. Got eyes on
it. Smoke is my friend.
Target locked. Time to die. Give me a...
That is.
Don't get up, folks. I insist.
All part of the plan, fellas. All part of the plan. Let me get this. Let me get that. Oh, you could actually sneak through this. Wow, look at that. What was the purpose of that?
Sorry for the wait. I had company.
I see. And not a hair out of place. Impressive.
A compliment? How out of character.
Daddy, the man's about to die.
Love what you've done with the place. I believe it's what they call an extreme makeover.
And he's back.
Well, looks like we're stuck.
Don't be too sure.
Nice.
This fella's starting to grow on me.
Motion detected. Lockdown systems engaged.
Knew it couldn't be that easy.
Fuck.
Hang on. We need visibility.
Yeah, not happening. We need another way around.
Well, perhaps some of these offices are connected.
On it. You never actually planned to pack it in tonight, did you?
I had to tread carefully. There's only a handful of operators in the world with the chops and resources to infiltrate MI6, Bond. Simplest answer, it's someone already inside.
You suspected Webb?
The idea did cross my mind.
How does he know our every move in advance?
Occam's razor. It'll be a simple mole. Human weakness, Bond. Never underestimated.
Got any suspects? Hang on. Hold that thought. Greenway, give me a hand with this.
Coming.
Hey, doesn't this all feel a little too easy?
Compared to what? How many evil masterminds have you come up against?
2, including you.
Trust me, when the enemy stops underestimating you, that's when you start to worry.
More pearls of wisdom. Let me get a pen. Anyway, you were saying about suspects.
Right. So, I suspect everyone. Well, anyone who hasn't been shot at yet.
Isla Vale, Senior Crisis Manager. Dare say she'll be seeking new challenges. Isola's been laying it on rather thick. She was planning a heist.
Literally just had that shit out.
Expensive fake.
Oh my god, I bet it's the girl. No. It can't be. Maybe? You think it's the old French girl?